Hello, friends. Hello, everyone. How are you? Oh no, I've made a terrible mistake. I made one mistake, at least one. Forgot to mute my tab. Okay. Hi, Time Roller. How are you doing? I saw you playing something earlier today. Uh, Looked interesting, complex. How's your Saturday going? I have been doing chores all day, getting ready for streaming. Should be all set now, I think, for a while. Hi, Belgiumette. Welcome. How are you? How's your Saturday going? What's going on? What you been doing? I've been cleaning up and taking care of cats and stuff because I wanted to get lots of things off my plate so I can just relax and stream and took some migraine meds already, so I'm pretty chill. Time Roller said previewed Decorum and then played Deep State. Deep State is an easy teach and play with deeper strategies. I really enjoyed it. That's cool. That's awesome. Time Roller does plays what I would call complex board games. What am I doing? It's this. I always mix up which thing is a valid command and which thing is not. Time Roller is a streamer, board game streamer, which whoa, a lot happening in chat. Okay, here comes the clip. Oh, I can't hear the clip. Ah, I know what I did wrong. I know what I missed. I need to do another thing in OBS because OBS has a chronic bug that will not go away year after year. Every time you launch OBS, you have to turn monitor and output to monitor off and back to monitor and output. I'm going to do it again because this is a technical problem that I like to make sure is fixed. And I want to hear the clip.
2 points accumulated during the game. You also
That's it.
Points during final scoring. Overview of given on the backside of the quick reference sheet. Okay, any puzzle that was not enclosed entirely.
Yep.
Crap. What is this?
Oh, I have new dance music.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Baby, don't hurt me.
That's Praga, a very complicated game.
No more.
If you haven't been here before, I get migraines, and they make it hard to stream. And I've figured out over the years that the safest way for me to stream, and honestly the healthiest way, is to automatically set up a thing that plays dance music and switches my cameras every 15 minutes and then switches back automatically so that I am prompted to take a dance break of about between 17 and 35 seconds, depending on the song. Hopefully I won't get DNCA strikes for those. Belgiumet said, I'm not too bad, thanks. Had a busy day of lazing in the sun. Was just clambering into bed when I spotted your tweet about the stream, so I thought I'd look in. Thank you so much for looking in. That sounds lovely, lazing in the sun and clambering into bed. I've missed a couple of coding streams because of 3-day weekends and fiddling with my sleep cycle and stuff, so suspect you have made lots of progress since I was last in. Well, lots of progress is in the eye of the code reviewer, but I think I have because this project was kind of like sitting on my shelf for a long time, and I had started it and written a bunch of code that was kind of iffy, but like getting there. And then on stream, like last week, I think, I reached like a milestone, which was that I got like a subsystem built and tested, and it works. I do have a lot of blue over here, so I don't know what that's about. I'm going to have to check what it is that I didn't commit yet. But I remember that I got like tests written and they're all passing. And what they do, what the subsystem does for the crossword puzzle bot, is it's just the this is like the first step really of the whole project is that it can make what was it? It's capable of um, cloning an empty crossword puzzle arrangement of squares with where you can put the letters, cloning that with a word added, and then cloning that second one with another word added, and then another word until you have a completed crossword puzzle. And the point of that methodology is to be able to backtrack and to have a stack of partially completed, partially filled in puzzles so that when you reach a point where it's impossible to place a word with the dictionary that we're going to use, then you can just backtrack a step and see, well, now can I place something? If I like, can I try something else in the previous insertion point um, to have a more successful outcome for the puzzle? So I've got that subsystem built, and what I want to do today, I want to go over whatever's not checked in, and then check it in, and then look at the design a little bit, and then like talk about what the app is supposed to do, because I don't think I did that last time, which would be helpful for anyone who's like actually following along with the project in any kind of like uh, understanding way. And it would be helpful for me to like reiterate what the subsystems are that I want to build, and then like what needs to happen to make them all possible. Because if you look at all of it and you're just like, oh, that's too much, it's too big, and it's not. It's just like it's like a bunch of little things that need to be built separately. Baljamet said, "Ah, yes, that's what you just started working on at the end of the last stream that I caught." Oh, so I think this is probably my third coding stream of this year because I'm getting back into it. Or maybe there was an escape room after that. Well, there definitely was an escape room uh, at some point. There was escape rooms on Mondays because that's when Ambi has time. And then um, I don't remember when my last coding stream was, but I'm trying to like see if I can do them on Saturdays. Saturday seems like a good day for them. Let's see. So Puzzle Spec, this was what I was excited about last time, was that like Puzzle Spec passes and has a meaningful test that correctly does what I expect it to do. So let me run these tests and make sure that I didn't like leave something missing. Let's run all the tests. I should just see a quick green that says it's all done. I hope. Also, reminder if you don't remember, or if you're new in the chat, if you have Latinum in the bottom left corner of the chat, you can. There's a bunch of channel point redemptions that I've put in that are amusing to me. Feel free to play with them, but the one that I find the funniest is the various different cam filters that I have. There's a wizard, a pirate, a Pixar character, a comic book character, a cat on my head camera. I want to add some more, but those are the ones that I've done so far. All the tests passed. Fantastic. Now, let's read the code. So Puzzle Spec is the test where, can this get any bigger? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think the rest of this can get much bigger, but down here it could probably. Let's see. If we go to options, I was pleased to discover that SourceTree, which is this program for like checking stuff into a Git repository visually, their dark mode is now like, it's not in like a beta or alpha, it's like in the main product now. So I've updated that and I'm pleased with it. Dark mode's very important to me because brightness gives me a migraine. Authentication, network diff, git, general, mercurial, custom actions. None of these sound good. How do you make it bigger? Bigger text. They're not great about the bigger text here. Oh, I need to get my key. Let's do that off camera. Nice and slow. Not showing my passwords on stream by accident. Okay. Need my SSH key. here so that I can commit things to GitLab or GitHub. Okay, I'm going to spend just a minute seeing if there's a way to make this font bigger so it looks better on stream. But if it doesn't, then that's what it is. Repository, no. View. I don't see anything. I really thought there was something. What if I right click? What if I click here? What if I click here? What if I click on this? No. No settings. Probably not. You'd think. But it's free. It's from Atlassian. But Atlassian software design is like hit and miss. Some of it's like good enough, but it's always a little bit like, who made this? Options. Okay, now I'm repeating myself, which means it's probably time to give up on this pipe dream of using a larger font. Okay, I give up. That's as big as it gets. Oh, look, it wants the passphrase again. That's weird. Why does it want the passphrase again? I've never seen it need it twice. Maybe it's just one for GitLab and one for GitHub. I don't know. Not sure. So with answer should make a new puzzle with the added answer. So we have an empty puzzle with the simplest arrangement 4x4. We have where we have a bunch of code where we're putting words in one by one, because we did come up with a 4x4 crossword puzzle that's valid with valid words just for this test. Good for us. Chat helped with that. And then the horizontal answers are these for each step of the process. And you have to also add the vertical answers, even though the letters are already there, because the system needs to know what the vertical answers are, because they're also eventually going to contain clues for those answers. Belgium said, I always read their name as Alt Assassin and have to mentally correct myself in case I ever say that out loud to anyone and look silly. Oh, Atlassian. Alt Assassin. I can't even, yeah, that doesn't process for me, because when I think of Atlassian, I don't think of anything as cool as an assassin. I think of clunky, like Jira interfaces and like vaguely unresponsive developers, but I don't want to badmouth them too much. They're good. They're just they have a lot on their shoulders. They're a lot of very important software that has to do things for so many people. I do not envy their position. I would not love working on a popular Atlassian project. There is so much that needs to go into them, including source tree. It's very true. It would be far too cool a name, right? Like Alt Assassin sounds like so badass, and Atlassian is like very corporate, very like, we mean well, we're trying. Okay, a grid with words and answers. Apparently I took out the static imports for some reason in this. Why did I take out the static imports? I'm just looking for where they were referenced in the removed red text. I don't know. But I know that like there was some stuff in this class that really didn't make sense because it wasn't finished. So we have toString contents, which is primarily for testing and development. It's not really part of the system. The finalized system isn't going to make a lot of use of that. Maybe it'll use it for logging or something, and debugging. So I remember get horizontal answers and get vertical answers used to be methods that would programmatically generate those answers from scratch based on what letters are in the system, and that was a bad idea because it was very confusing and counterintuitive and expensive to do all the time while you're creating a puzzle. What I renamed that to was generate empty vertical answers instead of get vertical answers, and then the get can just return the object that's already stored in memory. The generate empty is not perfectly named because it is possible that it will sometimes generate a non-empty vertical answer. Um, so I might revisit that at some point when I start using it more and understand when it's like just come up with a more accurate name for it. But it's okay for now because for now it's just a private method that's only called by generate empty answers, which makes it correct, I think. We'll see later on. Merge answer into list is I don't have to review every line of code because I wrote it not that long ago and tested it and it made sense. Just want to review what happened last time. Um, so we're putting in either the new answer or the old answer when we're merging a new answer into a list. And that is because we're using immutable lists because we're trying to make everything immutable. Um, and when we have an old answer that's probably like it was empty before and now we're going to make it filled, we want to have the exact same list with all the same objects, but one of them will be replaced. And then that will be a new immutable list that's returned to the caller. This um, Also, I wanted to ask Baljamet, if you're there, do you code? Because I know that you've been around in a lot of my streams, and I really appreciate your company. You seem very cool. But I know that you are into some of the same stuff that I'm into, like escape room puzzles and board games and stuff. But are you also into coding? Because you mentioned it in particular, and I'm curious whether this is like some people enjoy watching a coding process, just hearing how it works, even if it's not, their own language of choice that they understand. Um, but I'm curious whether you have a deep knowledge of some programming languages or not. Either way, you're welcome to hang out and see what it's see what hacking looks like when it's not a movie. Uh, yeah, I'm basically a maintenance programmer in the day job. Okay, well, that makes sense then. So you will understand almost everything that I'm talking about. Uh, I think there's a lot of programmers in the world and on Twitch, but it makes sense that that you'd be into some of the same puzzly game stuff that I'm into because I think programming is very similar to puzzles and games. I need to mess with the volume of some of these dance music clips. I think that one is quieter than the other ones that I got, but not right now. Let's see. Partially or fully formed puzzle based on components of a different puzzle object. Sure. Yeah, okay. I remember this stuff. I'm happy with it. I don't want to keep reading it forever. The grid is kind of a puzzle with less intelligence in it. It's some of the guts of a puzzle. I don't love the name grid. It's not exactly what this class should be called, but I haven't come up with a better name yet. Timer said it was quieter, right? It was a lot quieter. That was the only music I was using before, and I've started adding a few more into the mix, but I haven't normalized the volumes on them, which I have to do like in Audacity once I know how to do that. I mean, I could just do that. How hard is that? Let's see. Where's my dance music? Is here. It's Epic Sax Guy. If I open in, maybe it's a quick fix. Who knows? But first, I'm gonna copy it because I have this fear of Audacity just like messing with a file that it's got open. Audacity is like good, but I do find it a little. I'm a little uncertain sometimes what exactly is about to happen. So if this is the sound file, I think I just want to make it louder, or I can make the other ones quieter. Let's just try making it louder. How do you make it louder? I don't know. Effect, louder, amplify, amplification, preview. Oh my, that is pretty loud. You're not gonna get that sound exactly. You're gonna get a little bit of it through my mic. The What is Love is also on sound alerts, so you should be safe on strikes. Um, that's what I thought. So Time Roller, I looked on sound alerts for all these sounds. basically, but mostly for inspiration because I wanted to cut them myself. So the question is whether I cut a small enough section that it also is like what Sound Alerts is doing. And I'm not 100% positive, but I don't know how to test that other than to stream them and then check the VODs later and see if there's any of those little markings that say like we had to silence this part because our system is afraid of it. Let's see. So if I don't amplify, cancel, and I just play, then it sounds quiet. And then if I amplify by their default amount, preview, and it sounds like that, but my volume is down really low. So I think that's too much. I guess what I have to do while I'm on this subject, I don't mind doing a little stream maintenance work on a technical stream. Let's hit, what's this one? So that's Here's What Is Love.
What is love?
Sounds like this.
Don't hurt me no more.
It's not super loud,
Baby, don't
but
hurt
it's
me
at this volume level. For me, it's
no more.
kind of a medium, nice, like quieter than my voice kind of thing.
What is love?
I don't actually know how to stop it once it's playing or mix it up and playing. Okay, then this, when I preview this, oh, let me put it into, since we're doing this now, hold on one sec. Here we go. We're doing this. Turn off that. Let's this might not work, but it might. Audacity, audio, capture, Audacity. I don't know. Is that gonna work? Let's find out. Audacity. Okay, and then we'll put that at the same volume as the mixed up overlay, like this. Then preview. That's a little too loud. So let's put it down to here. That's better. Maybe a little quieter. I think that's okay. Let me try this. It sounds the same. I'm not lowering it that much. If I put it down more, then it's even quieter. We don't want that. I think just putting it at like 0.7 is probably good. Okay, so we do that. We play it. Yeah, that's better. All right, save project. Export as MP3. Belgium said, I appreciate Audacity offering 3 decimal places on a decibel measurement. Gotta be very precise if you want to blow your speakers out properly. It's louder than your voice. No, that's not ideal, but I can lower it. What I want is for it to be the same as the ones that are already there, because I can lower all of them together. Okay, I've now changed the Epic Sax Guy 17 seconds file to be louder. Save project? No. I saved the MP3. And now let me try them. Doing a little stream maintenance along with coding. Why not? Here's... Oh, it's louder than your voice. That was for What Is Love. Thank you. Okay, so let's put all of the Mix It Up. Oh, no, that's the mic. We want the mic up, and we want the Mix It Up overlay maybe a smidge down. And then we'll try these. Here comes Epic Sax Guy. Incredibly quiet. Can barely hear it. But I can turn up my volume a little. But it's like it's barely scratching the green. I think it's gotta get up there closer to the yellow. Doesn't have to be in yellow, but it has to get closer. Now let's hit What Is Love at that level.
What is love?
That's loud, right?
Baby, don't
So
hurt
let me turn my speakers down.
Don't hurt
On stream, that's going to be loud because singing and music is louder than talking, even when the colors say otherwise. So that might be too loud. Bring it down there. I do wish I knew how to stop it. But is there a way? No, there isn't. I mean, I can mute it. But I can't stop it and start a different one instead. Okay, let's do the Epic Sax guy. It's still substantially quieter, so whatever process I just used is incorrect. I think because Audacity's volume was set to like maximum, and the way that I'm playing the What Is Love clip, I'm not using Audacity to play the What Is Love, so I'm not comparing apples to apples. This is not a successful way to do this. I think, I guess I could do one more try, but it's gonna be a round trip, a more complex round trip. So let me do that again. Audacity. Okay. I'm gonna open up which one? Open up this copy here and select all, effect, amplify. I'm just going to leave their kind of default amount, which is probably preposterous. But instead of previewing it, I'm going to say go for it. It's going to be loud. But it might be the correct amount of loud. Export MP3. This is the round trip that needs to happen. Save over that other file. Replace. Okay. And then instead of playing it from Audacity, which is meaningless because it has its own volume setting, play it from Mix It Up into OBS to my speakers and to stream. Get ready. I don't know what volume this is going to be. Here we go. That's perfect. I should have trusted the default. I just thought previewing it would be meaningful, but I didn't know enough to realize it would not be meaningful. Sweet, we fixed it. Love it. Okay, close that. Save project, no. Let's chuck this extra copy. This is 17 seconds before amplify, just to have a backup copy of that sound file. Beautiful. The stream is now improved. That's something that's been on my list. I've been wanting to do that. Okay, back to coding the Twitter bot. The crossword puzzle Twitter bot. Okay. The grid class, I'm getting bored with reading code from before. I want to write new code. Yeah, this is good. We're saying make a new grid with cells that have been added from the other thing. Super great. Then answer is calculate answer text, which I think was for the toString method or something. It's fine for the testing. Okay, so this is, what is this? This is add clone puzzle with new word added. Sweet. And then push that to GitLab so it's backed up. And then do something new. Okay, let's talk about the design. So I don't have a big design document that I can necessarily show. I haven't prepared something that I think would make sense necessarily, but let me check. I do have stuff. I've written a lot about what this is supposed to be. Crossword, Twitter and Twitch automation. Just looking at my huge file of ideas and design notes for automating Twitter and Twitch in 1,000 different ways. Not this one. Crossword. What? It's not going to it. Why not? Is it still loading? This is a 79-page document. Crossword puzzle. That's better. Okay, this is going to be a little bright because dark mode does not work well currently on Google Docs. Okay. What do we have here? Crossword puzzles. Like Tiny Crossword, but with a fancier algorithm to use more words. You could put the clues in the image if there isn't enough room in the tweet. I know I do have to do that. So one of the steps is going to be generating an image of the crossword puzzle in Java. Or limit the clues to what fits in a tweet. No, I don't want to do that. You can't really do a grid of letters in text on Twitter. It doesn't work. There isn't a great way to do it. Then poll responses somehow. Poll responses somehow to see. This is out of date. We're not going to poll responses. We're going to receive responses. Receive push. What do they call it? Webhook push. Webhook push requests of responses to, not somehow, but I know how, on Heroku, to see when someone uses one or more of the words. Tweet the partially completed puzzle mentioning who solved words so far. The clues can come from online dictionary databases, various places I could get words. I've done that research. I have lists of words in a database format with clues that have been used in crossword puzzles over the last many decades. The clues, let's see. Note the problem with Tiny Crossword and why no one plays. The clues are inadequate. This is another Twitter bot that I did not make. That I like the point, like the idea of it, but it's there's some problems with the implementation that I want to build on and do something else. So the clues that are inadequate, the phrases are too long with not enough crossing of words to help you narrow down the possibilities. They're not solvable. Look for ways to narrow down the words and clues to things that people really will be able to solve. Also tweet a new one soon after the old one gets solved or after the game time expires and you post the solution. Let's see. That was my first ideas, and was some possible accounts to get. Sources for dictionary databases and clue datasets. You can also mass produce some types of clues, fill in the blanks, for instance. Find a list of every major movie with years and maybe stars and directors, and use the titles for fill in the blank clues. Some of this is enhancements that don't have to be in the first version, but they're like ways to make clues programmatically from public data. I never seen Tiny Crossword, said Belgium. Might check it out, but it sounds like it has a few critical shortcomings. I mean, look at it. It's a technical achievement. They pull 3 random things from Wikipedia, stick them on a crossword puzzle picture, and then tell you, here's the clues, but no one ever solves them because they're not solvable with that information. And then later they tell you the answers, and you're like, okay, that's not solvable. That clue was inadequate to get to that answer. So it's not just hard, it's like insufficient. It's not really a good puzzle. And like if you did somehow get one of them, you would get 1 letter from some like 16-letter thing, and that would be it. And it's like technically you've crossed words, but it's not fun. So I'm trying to make one that I would enjoy playing, that would be a regular, like I go on Twitter, I solve a little crossword puzzle, I get some points, the bot tells me good job. So I don't want to just use clues that have been used in crossword puzzles before. I want to have synonyms from a database, which is like that's a clue that could be used in another crossword puzzle, um, but I want to mix and match types of clues. So fill in the blanks, which have to come from they have to be programmatically generated, which means there has to be a substantial database of popular sayings and popular phrases and movie titles and whatever, where um, putting that word, taking one of the words out, you could say, okay, well, if it's like the word is major and you say like blank league, um, that might be enough of a clue. Or you might say blank league starring Tom Hanks, because that you could programmatically figure out from public information on the internet. Um, that's funny. I said the word major. Maybe I unconsciously noticed it in here. Major movies need some parameters to define it, like Oscar nominees or high ratings or large box office revenue. You'll need a data source that includes some of those data points so you can filter. That does not have to be in the first version, but it's something I would like to have. Um, Books too, movies, things that won awards, famous paintings, but it's hard to get a good list, then never mind. Another data set for making fill in the blank clues is idioms, proverbs, and sayings. I did a little research, found some of those. And then if you want the clues in the image, which I think I do, because I don't think there's going to be enough room in a tweet for 8 clues, because some of the clues are going to be too long. If you want the clues in the image, then you can have a bigger puzzle. But if you want the clues in the tweet text, you can only fit about 8 clues, so 8 words. I don't know if I agree with that anymore. I think it might actually not really fit because there's going to be other stuff. I don't know. I could try it and see. But if the longer clues add up to like having 8 of them doesn't fit in a tweet, then they got to go in the image. I think they'll look better in the image anyway. And people who can see the image, as long as they make it designed well enough to be readable, I think they'll appreciate having it in the image. Um, and then people who can't see it well, they'll be able to put the alt text to spell out what it says. One formation will be 4x4 with space between them for ease of creation. So what I don't have in this document is my list of arrangements, which I found it easier to just and more fun to draw them in pencil. So they look kind of like this, and I have a few pages of crossword puzzle arrangements that I think look nice, that are all totaling 8 words. And I've put some of those into the system already, and then there's more I can add. So one formation will be, okay, with all the answers 15 letters long, but that's not practical. Shorter words make more sense for most answers. 15 letters? This isn't the most important detail, but what did I do here? I don't know what I was talking about with 15 letters. That's... what? I think I was thinking of 8 um 8 words across. But anyway, this is not important. It's not totally correct and not really important. Reading replies. So I don't want, so this was like I was trying to solve a technical problem. Like I got to solve the technical problems first of things I don't know how to do yet in order to find out if this bot is possible. I did the same thing with Emoji Tetra. I had to like be like, can I read and write polls using the API, which took a while because they don't have that. They didn't have that at the time, and then I had to find a workaround. Once I found that, then I was like, okay, then everything else I know how to do. And I was still like, I have to pick a service to like store data and stuff, but it was all possible. By default, I use AWS Lambda for processing, for just like running code. Um, but that runs on a timer. It costs more money to have it get triggered by like an HTTP call. So what I this was my research, my like exploration of like what technologies to use to receive webhook information, like calls from Twitter's server to my server to say like, oh, something just happened, and you can respond to it instantly if you'd like to, which is what I want to do. So I don't want to poll. I don't want to make it like it only works every minute, or I don't want to poll every minute. I'd rather that it just does nothing until somebody replies or does something that interacts with the account to cause Twitter to send a webhook request to my server. Um, but then I can discard anything that's not important, like likes or things or retweets. Um, if that's not important to the system, just look for the things that my system cares about, which are replies that match a certain format. So I can see from WordsyBot that there's a way to read them faster than that. I asked Gil Hova about a technical thing about WordsyBot. He said he'd check later, but he never did. So maybe I can call him, or I can ask in BotMaker Slack. This is just me like trying to figure out how to do it. Then I found out how to do it, which is the webhook system on Twitter. I didn't write all that down in this document. Glitch. Glitch doesn't appear to have its own scheduler. The TwitterBot example suggests using a free cron service to ping your app's trigger URL. That's an option, but hosting on Glitch would be free. It would mean writing all or part of the app in JavaScript. And then this is more ideas of where I can store it. And then I got to Heroku, which I think is probably what I'm going to use. So I have a Heroku server running. It's receiving webhook requests already, just as a proof of concept from one of my other bot accounts. I think I did it for a tiny petting zoo because I wanted to be able to respond to that, but I haven't implemented it yet. And I can have the same server receive requests for on behalf of several different Twitter accounts. And Heroku is probably going to be pretty cheap to run it on. And I already have like a Keep Alive, like 3 different Keep Alive services to make my Heroku instance not fall asleep. That's done. It's also possible, but not certain, that I'll want to break the crossword puzzle bot into 2 parts. One that makes the puzzles and shows the completed answers at the end of the game's cycle, and one that pulls the Twitter API, or receives, not pulls, receives Twitter webhook requests for replies that match one of the missing words to show a partially completed puzzle. Or maybe I'll want the whole app as a monolith that I can manage in one place. Not sure yet. We'll see. So the first step to do all the parts that I don't know how to do yet when I wrote this, so I can prove they're done and easy to reproduce. Deploy a Java app on Heroku. Done. Use a free Dino worker that never sleeps. Done. Have a Java app stay running, executing a timer task every 15 seconds all day. Not necessary. Have the timer task read replies to an account that gets some replies now and then, like emoji tetra. That's not what we're doing. Have the timer task tweet something. Yeah, some of this I was assuming I was using a timer task and polling, and I built on that assumption, and that assumption is wrong. So a few of these are just wrong. Have the timer task read and write Airtable data. I just have to stop saying the timer task and start saying the, I don't know, the subsystem that receives requests. The reply receiver. It's not timer task, it's a reply receiver. Have the reply receiver read replies to an account that gets read replies. Yes, replies to an account, right. So instead of have a Java app stay running, executing a timer task every 15 seconds all day, that's not the plan, because I didn't know at the time that I could do webhooks, which are how you set up like a callback or whatever, like having Twitter send data to my server when Twitter knows that it's time to do so, rather than my server asking Twitter constantly all day, every day, is it time yet? Is it time yet? which is a lot of wasted work for both my server and their server if there's nothing happening on Twitter's end. Instead, Twitter would like it, and I would like it, if they could just send me a notification to my system whenever it's time to do something. So instead of have the Java app stay running executing a timer task every 15 seconds, set up Twitter webhook to receive requests when replies happen. That is partially done. It's not done for the correct account. It's done for another account. Have the reply receiver read and write Airtable data. What I might do, I don't know yet. I might have a timer for Lambda to pull the Airtable data to say, is it time to update things? I don't know yet. Like, if people are like slowly adding answers, then maybe I want to reply instantly to each of their answers with some kind of like limits that I won't do like too much. If they're doing a lot, if there's a lot happening, then like, well, we just did a tweet, we have to wait a little bit before we can do another, and then we'll do another. And like tag the people who replied. I don't know yet. Here it says probably better than a 15-second API polling timer task would be the use of Twitter webhooks with a public Heroku URL that Twitter servers could call to notify the crossword system that someone has replied to a tweet. The webhook's account activity API only allows up to 15 accounts for free, so use them wisely. I think my main game ideas that are likely to use replies as inputs are where I'd want to use my 15 webhook accounts. Crossword, Battleship, Minesweeper. Never say, and also Tiny Petting Zoo. Never say never, but honestly, it seems unlikely I'd ever seriously consider implementing 15 Twitter game accounts that use replies as inputs. Interface. I need to stop staring at this very bright thing. It's really annoying me. Can I just at least make it... this, like, dark mode used to work on Google Docs, and now it doesn't, and it's really annoying. Let me see if, because it's giving me a like it. I don't like it. I need to figure out how to make it not be so bright, because otherwise I gotta stop reading it. Let's see. Anyone in chat now? How do you go, how do you make a Google Doc be black background with white text? That is the challenge. Game Freaky Girl, hi! How you doing? What is love, Monique? How's it going? I miss you. How you doing? I'm always thinking, like, oh, I should set up something and play a game with Monique on stream or something, but I know that I'm like such a night owl and you're such a morning person. It's challenging. Hey, Tom Posh, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome. How are you doing? I'm reviewing a design document right now for a Twitter bot that does crossword puzzles, or is gonna do crossword puzzles, and I'm reaching the point where it's too bright for me, and I'm just trying to make it not so bright. Mode, no. It is bright. It is, or maybe you're responding to what I said earlier, that it is challenging for us to both be available and feeling ready to do complex things at the same time. Preferences, no. Oh man, Google, why don't you have dark mode yet? Hydrate, thank you so much. I've been lurking. Good. Thank you for lurking. Thank you everyone for lurking. You absolutely do not have to chat for me to appreciate you hanging out with me. I can do plenty of talking for all of us. I do wish I could figure this out, though. I know what I should do. Google it. We already took an aside to fix one of my sound alerts. No, one of my like dance break sound music things. because it was too quiet. I have 3 now, but I hadn't like normalized them to be the same volume, and now we did it. We did that. What was I gonna do? Google Docs dark mode. Desktop. Google Docs dark mode. Dark mode. 3.5 stars, a plugin, switch to Chrome. I mean, if that's gonna work, what else you got? How to enable dark mode in 2022 Night Eye. How to enable this and why is it superior to Word? What? I don't want to read about why it's superior to Word. I want to know how to get. What is Night Eye? For iOS, install for Firefox. Dark mode on any website by Night Eye. Let's try it. It doesn't have great reviews. 3.5 star, three and some stars. Okay. I hope it's not. I hope I don't regret it. Allow this extension to run in private windows, maybe later. Okay, we're turning. Oh, that's better. Night Eye. Thanks, Night Eye. Now I have 2 browser extensions for dark mode, which is gonna be sometimes annoying, but at least now I don't feel as much pain when I'm looking at this thing. Okay, here's what we were talking about. Now that I could do it without being like, it's gonna hurt me. So, interface. Replying promptly to replies would be very nice for fun interactivity and satisfying feedback when players make guesses. But how to reply with a whole image of the board after that word has been added or just a text reply? Maybe follow the Botgle model. Botgle, it was a Boggle game that was a Twitter bot, which is gone. But it was fun. For each of the words that was correct, include that word in the bot's reply to the player to say that those words are correct. Right. So I don't have. So that's an interesting idea. I could reply to each person to say that that's like correct, that their word was correct, or their multiple words were correct. If I'm allowing multiple words per tweet, I don't know yet. I don't think I am. Tom Posh said Monique has been getting me into the good place, and they're determined to introduce me to Star Trek, at which point I will understand a lot more of your toys. Yeah. I'm glad you're getting into the good place, Tom Posh. I'd argue that's more important than Star Trek. They're both good. Star Trek is huge, and not all of it is as good, but the good place is tight, and all of it is good. Really good. Baljamet said, I wonder if Word still has the word perfect mode setting that made everything white on blue. Seems odd that Google Docs doesn't have a dark mode toggle. Seems like everything else does these days. Google's been really slow with their adoption of dark mode. It's been like, it's still like sporadic. Half of their stuff has it and half doesn't. And every few months they add it to one more thing, but it's like, oh, now it's in Google Sheets. Oh, but only on these platforms and not on these other ones. And like, oh, it's not in Google Drive, but it is in like parts of Google Drive, but not like the Google Drive file listing. And it's Google's just kind of chaotic. And like, I don't think they have a roadmap for a lot of their products. They just are like doing stuff whenever. It's bizarre. Um, if no one plays because the follower count is low, the players are all asleep, or the puzzle is too hard, then the bot should wait a minute, then tweet the puzzle again with a random letter filled in correctly as a hint. So I like to have my bots kind of like the way I choose to do things on my streams. I want to be prepared for 1 million people participating or 0 people, any number in between those. Like I don't want to, like, as a small streamer, I don't want to just necessarily be like, oh, we're playing Jackbox right now, come play, and then like no one shows up, you can't play Jackbox. You need at least like 5 people for a decent Jackbox game who want to play, and that's not always easy to have. So like, to do one of those, you have to like get people interested beforehand and plan it and get, make sure that it's happening, or you have to have a big enough audience that like people are used to streaming at a certain time to come play and they're expecting it and they're gonna be there, then you can count on that. But I can't count on that because of my the stage that I'm at in my streaming career. Um, the uh, and so I like games and activities where I can do it by myself, perfectly fine. Entertain myself, entertain anybody who drops in for a few minutes, perfectly fine. And if there's a huge rush of people and I get a raid and a giant raid, that also works, and it's even more exciting. But but it works either way. So the Twitter bots, I like to make them the same way. I expect some of them to just fizzle and like they'll get a little bit of a splash at the beginning and then people will kind of trail off. Um, and it won't like grow and grow. It'll just kind of like plateau. A lot of them already have done that. And I could do things to them to make them more like exciting for new players and more sticky for people who play a little bit and are just like uh, play for a while and then say this is too much, I don't want this anymore, and they unfollow. um, there are some things I could do to like emoji tetra to make it better for more people, and emoji snake game and stuff, but but I want to start from the point of view that the bot should basically just play itself if no one's playing, and that's perfectly fine if no one's playing. It's not like something that makes it not work. Um, and that's and where it becomes more fun uh, if it like gives you clues. If you can't solve it, having it give clues makes it like, oh, well, now you can get closer to solving it. And you could get some points just for filling in the much easier puzzle of having like half the letters are already there and you just have to fill in the rest. And then you get points for the letters that you filled in. Great. That's better than not playing at all. So if no one plays because the flower count's low or whatever, it should wait a minute, then tweet the puzzle again with a random letter filled in correctly as a hint. There can be a score for the puzzle that decreases each time the bot gives a hint, so it's a little like Hangman. Um, that's one way to do it. I was thinking of a simpler model where my puzzle designs have between 12 and 44 letters to make up a puzzle of 8 words. The length of a puzzle's full duration can change depending on how many letters there are to offer as hints before the puzzle's completed, and also how long it takes players to help finish the puzzle. Yeah, I was trying to get sophisticated with the scoring, but I'm not sure yet. If someone guesses all 8 words correctly in the first minute, then that puzzle is completed. That user gets credit, and the next puzzle starts immediately. There should always be an in progress puzzle displayed and running. This is, I'm not sure yet what I want to do with this. I don't think I want to do that anymore because there is the possibility that someone will be the person who obsessively solves the puzzles as long as they're awake for hours and no one else gets a chance to play. And then there's also the very strong possibility that someone will think it's funny to automate that, to grab the data from the tweet, read it, and like reverse engineer the puzzle based on the clues or based on the letters that are in there, and that it will automatically like figure out the puzzle and reply instantly. That's something people might do. And I don't want that to be like just two bots talking to each other and no one ever gets to play. So one way to prevent that, either manual, clever, enthusiastic people hogging all the points, or bot that hogs all the points, um, is to have like a timeout for each player, so that if they've put in a successful answer, then they can't add another one for a certain amount of time. And this is very similar to like words on stream, if you've ever seen that on Twitch, where you're guessing anagrams, words on like or partial anagrams of a set of letters, trying to make words out of Scrabble letters, basically. But once you get one right, then you have to wait for the lock thing timer to say that you are unlocked and you can now go again. Um, and that's kind of what I would prefer. I think if a word was solved by a player, then the first player who solved it gets the point. Who solved that word gets the points, and their screen name could maybe go on the crossword with hints graphics of subsequent tweets in the game thread. I'm not sure that there's going to be a thread. I'm not sure threading is good for this, but it might be. I guess it probably is. I'm a little less enthusiastic about threading than I used to be because enough people have said that they wished that some of like emoji tetra like didn't thread because it's just too much to want to follow that and see this thread constantly popping up again. So I'm not sure about threading. It might be good for this because these games will be shorter, I think, and more like isolated. Their screen name could replace the hint or go right under it and be rendered in a different color and style, along with the number of points they earned for filling in some of the missing letters. I have since started thinking you should just get a point per letter that you add to the puzzle. So if you fill in a word, it already had a few of those letters of that word were there, and you finish that word, let's say it was an 8-letter word, 2 of the letters were already there, but you filled in the other 6, you should get 6 points. So if it's like you're only filling in 1 letter to finish the word, you're not getting like a score for that word, you're just getting a score for adding the 1 letter. And that feels to me like it's a good race. You want to be first to get points for all the letters in your word. But you're not just like getting rewarded for doing something super obvious. You're not getting rewarded as much. I think that would be pretty simple. And then it needs you to understand. And sort of feels kind of fair because if you're doing like 4-letter words, guessing them is probably going to be easier than like 10-letter words. So then if it's a puzzle, very small puzzle, and there are fewer points available in that puzzle, that's fine because it was an easier puzzle. So so I might just put that here. Well, let me read this. If a word was solved by a player, then the first player who solved that word gets the points, and their screen name could maybe go on the crossword with hints graphics of subsequent tweets in the game thread. Their screen name could replace the hint, go right under it, or be rendered in a different color and style, along with the number of points they earned for filling in some of the missing letters. Then there can also be, I'm just pressing on my muscle and nerve, that my muscle that gets a little agitated. So the missing thing that I want to put into this document is a bit about another simpler way to score. Simpler way to score would be 1 point per letter added successfully to the puzzle grid. That's it. Here, failure screen, so I can not tweet them. Oops, too late. Okay, so we're back up. What I was doing when that happened last week was I was like, oh no, my stream failed and there's nothing I can do except stop it and start it. And now I started thinking, well, instead of panicking and thinking that that's what's happening, it's all a disaster, maybe look at it as, okay, this is a problem either with my computer or Comcast or Twitch or some combination of them, because it is happening a lot. But also, like, don't necessarily stop the stream so fast. Maybe give it a few minutes and just chat in the chat. Just type in the chat so that people will still know I'm here. Because I'm like instinctively talking, no one can hear me. There's no recording of it. Um, but I'm looking at, I want to start to diagnose why that's happening. I complained to Comcast and they said, check your speed. And I did. And my speed was good at the time. So I don't know for sure if I can legitimately blame Comcast. I'm not sure. OBS was showing red in the corner down here and saying kilobits per second 0. So I don't know what that means. But my stream was like just disconnected entirely from Twitch. The other thing I want to do is not tweet those moments, and so their Twitch's picture that they show of like purple and blue with the guy doing this. Um, I'd like to add screenshots of that to my Twitch promo bot, which tweets screenshots of my current stream. But I have a few like images of like, if it matches close enough to one of these images, then it must be my starting soon screen or my be right back screen. So don't tweet those, which means I've already built the technology to like avoid tweeting screenshots that have certain characteristics. And I'd like to add Twitch's failure mode to that. So at the very least, I'm not tweeting the failure and being like acting like the tweet will act like there's nothing wrong when it's like it's very wrong. But I'm glad it came back up. That's better better than just like sitting there failing. And good to know that I can sometimes consider waiting it out. Just type in chat for a while. See if that works. And now it's green. It says kilobits per second, 2600, 2700. Okay. We'll see. See what happens. Belgium said it notices the disconnection immediately. No freezing, then getting the failure screen or anything. We were getting your feed right up to the moment it disappeared. Not sure if that's relevant information at all. It is. Thank you. I think that is relevant because I think that it doesn't really point to who's to blame yet, but it does point to like what kinds of failure modes are we experiencing? Because just saying it doesn't work doesn't help solve the problem. You have to like figure out what are the possible culprits for why it doesn't work. And I'm pulling up my task manager to look at if I can blame my computer, because when this happened when I was streaming with Ambi, like streaming with Ambi, we both push our computers pretty hard because we're both streaming to Twitch, talking to each other on Discord and looking at each other, doing a bunch of stuff with our own cameras for both of those activities, and playing video games from Steam, some of which are poorly optimized and are not like meant to be played on like cheap little computers. This is not a cheap little computer, but it's also not like a super duper giant workhorse. It's kind of a medium, pretty good recent computer. And I think Ambi's is like a little bit, well, sometimes I think like her graphics card isn't as good or something, but I don't know. My graphics card has problems too because AMD's software keeps breaking. And I have like snap camera going and split cam going for my dance breaks and my filter stuff. Sometimes I have stream avatars running at the bottom of the screen. Like it's a lot for the computer. And when I'm streaming with Ambi a lot of the time, this CPU will be up at like 90% and it'll sometimes hit 100 and then I drop frames. But for coding streams, I'm by myself. I'm not using Discord. I'm not processing video to more than one place, just to Twitch. And I'm not playing a game. Like IntelliJ doesn't pull that much resources when it's just idling as an editor. And right now, all of these things look very moderate. Like it's no big deal that I'm streaming. So I don't think today that that failure was caused by the computer's resources being overtaxed, which I didn't know. And now I know. Now I know. And that's good. Um, so, so there's that, which means it might just be Twitch, but it also might just be Comcast. I don't know. I kind of think it's Twitch because I haven't like it wasn't like total internet failure. I was still getting my signal from Twitch. I just don't maybe my upload was just super failing, but I kind of think Twitch just sucks sometimes. I don't know. I'd like to see what happens, what the pattern is. Um, okay, so timing, I don't know. I'll figure this out later. Um, I'm still like playing around with what I think the timing should be and how much it should reply to everybody and stuff. And there's more about scoring in here. And then, oh, sorry, I forgot I was gonna make a word search. That's a good idea too. Okay. Um, so that's just some design stuff to look at. The next thing, if my head can handle it, I think um, the next thing is to generate some crossword puzzles. But to get there, what is the smaller next thing? It might be to have a database running locally. Um, Basically, I have these files I got that was from some project about crossword puzzles, collecting crossword puzzle data, and they're in SQL format, SQL format, which means that they're not readable by my program as they are. Not really, not easily. They're meant to be put into a database. So for that purpose, I did install a database on this computer a long time ago, a Postgres database. I think I uninstalled it because it was like always running and eating up resources, but I wasn't really using it. And I think it might be time to like install that database again because the format of the data that I got was from, well, it was compatible, I think, more with Postgres than with MySQL, which is another free database. So Postgres, let's get the newest Postgres for Windows. Download the installer. So I could work on getting that running, getting all the data loaded into the database, and then writing code to read that database in meaningful ways. Latest Postgres, Windows, download. Um, what now? What do you want? Yes, okay, good. Download it. Uh, that's one way to go. Another way to go is to just grab a dictionary of words and work on the algorithm for generating a crossword puzzle from a dictionary. It doesn't matter which of these two things I do first. Um, but I kind of am more interested in the second one to do first because it's it's more just like it's not like a bunch of drudgery reading documentation and experimenting with someone else's technology to try to get it to work. That's not fun. That's not like writing code to solve puzzles. That's just like, can I get this to work and can I connect to it? And what is the syntax and just looking stuff up. That's important coding work. It all has to happen. It's infrastructure, but it's not like fun. Baljamet said, right, afraid I need to get some sleep. Good night, Joe. Thanks for the stream and good luck with the rest of it. Night, anyone else in chat too. Thank you so much, Baljamet, for hanging out, saying hi. Have a good sleep. Glad you could be here. Thank you for saying good night. Sweet dreams. So now the second approach is to just grab some online dictionary, any dictionary, and start processing it as if it were the final database that I'm going to use. And then just have the code ready to like process any dictionary that I want to use. Because then I can start having the fun part of like generating crossword puzzles from that dictionary and seeing how long it takes the program to do that. The database stuff, it's not actually part of the production system in the end. I don't need a database in production. Um, all I'm going to need in the end is a bunch of text files as my sort of database with like here's my deployed copy of the stuff that I need. Maybe I'll put it in some database format, but I think it would be fine to have it all in some text format that I make up. It doesn't really matter. It's just gonna be like how many words are there in English? Like I don't know. How many words are there in crossword puzzles? How many words are there in English? And I won't even be using them all because a lot of them will be too long or too short. Too short doesn't matter. There's not a lot of those, but too long, no exact count. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, it's been estimated that there's about 1 million words. So 1 million is a bunch, but they wouldn't be surprised if it's off the mark by a quarter million. Okay, well, whatever. The order of magnitude is maybe like a million. And the database that I have is probably smaller than that because it's things that have been used in crossword puzzles and aren't just like super duper long words or I don't know. So probably less than a million, and I think that will fit fine in a text file or something. And also like it doesn't. I don't know if it has to get deployed or not. Maybe it will get downloaded from somewhere each time. What that I want to generate a new crossword puzzle. I don't know yet, but I also don't know how much it's gonna fit in memory and stuff. Um, I don't know. But let's just get like a dictionary of words. Maybe I have one already. Let me see. Let me see what I have. Uh, search for no. What do I have? I gotta find this thing. It's been a while. Crossword. Crossword data. Here we go. Source, target, list of bad words I don't want to use, bunch of SQL files for clues and words and things. Okay, so that's the big stuff. And then I did start writing some code to generate these files. Oh, dance time. Sorry, I banged the microphone. Um, okay. So I did start making this thing, which I don't know where I put the code, but I was messing around with the idea of that doesn't look right. Let's go to a longer number than 2. Let's go to 9. 9C1. Yeah. So I had the idea that when you're building a crossword puzzle, you end up with situations where you want to have you have a partially filled in crossword puzzle with like, and you say, okay, now I need words where the second letter is C and the total length is 9 letters. So then you go to you could have a shortcut if this all fits in the files that I need to deploy, which it remains to be seen if this works or not. You could then have a shortcut to find just the words that are in the database that match those characteristics, where you say, I know I know the letter and position of one of the spaces, and I know the length of the word. So then you could say, I need a 9-letter word with a C in the second position, and you open up 9C2.txt, and you get this list which is instead of being a million words, it's only 356. In this database, there are 356 words that are 9 letters long and have the letter C as the second letter. And then 300 words is not a lot for a program to open up and just like, okay, let's just look through those. And then if we know something else about the word, like the third letter is the letter A, then we could have the program quickly go through this short list of 300 things and find the ones where the third letter is the letter A. Hey, Shan Renner. Shan Renner's playing around with the streamer avatars. Right on. Good job. Jump for joy. If you jump, you can get the star. If there is a star. If there isn't a star, I can drop a star. I don't know enough of the stream avatars commands. I should learn more of them. Where's the drop a star thing? Here we go. Star. Drop a star and another star. And then if you jump at the right time, Janet knows. Janet does know. Janet knows a lot of them. I just don't know if there's a command to drop a star. Let's see. Is there a command to drop a star? I don't think so. What's this one? That's blocking. What's this one? I don't know what this one is. Oh, that's spawning more avatars. There's a bunch of weird stuff in here. What's this one? Gift options. Hats. Okay, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in there. Hi, Matthew Poco. What's going on? Oh yeah, the slots. The slots is funny. I didn't know about the slots until somebody in chat was like messing around with it and looking up commands that I hadn't seen before to see what they do. And the slots, like, it makes a slot machine. It's like no joke. It's a whole little mini game. And then you can win something, some kind of units or money from the slots. Okay, so I have this system which is cool, and it looks like I already generated a bunch of this, but I don't remember where the code is. So let me find it while I press on my muscle to try to get it to relax. Is it in database, crossword, SQL converter, SQL converter? What was I doing? Okay, I was reading SQL, so I've already done some of this work. Convert. Said, okay, let's figure this shit out. WN means WordNet, the company that published the data. Antonyms may be useful as this. So it's just analyzing the data that they like dumped into these files to understand what I want from them. And then just like writing notes to myself about what the tables mean. Test to see if this pattern is common to most of the see also list. First word is contained in the second phrase. When this happens, you can make a clue out of the second phrase by replacing the first word with a blank underline. Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember. Okay. Let's see. Clues file parser. What was I doing? Create clues SQL file. Create clues SQL file. So I think I was gonna use Postgres, PostgreSQL, whatever, however you pronounce it. But I was also like trying to make a clues.sql file and a clues some other format file. I don't remember what I was doing. What's TSV? Is that might be like the crossword puzzle format that's popular in crossword puzzle API stuff. Only contains Latin ASCII letters. Yeah. Parse and traverse. Okay. I don't remember exactly what this is. Answer list files creator. Okay, this is what made those many, many files that I just showed you. Create all files for each word length for each letter in each position. Database retrieve all answers. So I already did some of this. I just don't remember doing it. So here's database. Database retrieve all answers. So there's show tables, retrieve all answers. I did unfortunately remove my Postgres database already, but I can reinstall it and put the stuff back in once I figure all this out. But create word list files. But I already created a lot of word list files from this. Yes, feel free, please, to go through the many commands that Janet has to explain various things about my stuff, my streams, my Twitter accounts, my work, my life, and stream avatars. So this is the code that made those files, and it looks like I already did a decent job of creating them. So I might have enough built already, possibly. I just don't remember if I don't remember how complete that process was, but it looks pretty good. So this is the target, the folder of up to 11 letters long. Every letter of the alphabet in every position, if there are any words that match those characteristics, then it gets a file. So 11-letter words where an S is in the 8th position, here they are. Good. So I did that part already, which means I basically have a dictionary. This is my dictionary. I think I have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna be right back because I need to. Suddenly, my body's like, "Don't forget, you are a human. You must go to the bathroom." I will be right back. Transition. I'm back, Jack, and I got my cat. Nibbler's here on the desk. Hey, Nibbler. Hey, baby boy. Oh, boy. Yeah. Um. Oh, I forgot my second water cup. Oh, that's okay. I still have my first one. Mm. No, I want to get the other one. That's why I had to go pee. I'm drinking a lot of water. Okay. Also, stepping away from the computer to go to the bathroom is a good idea. Um, because it gets my brain. Oh, what is the random? Never mind. I don't want that. I don't want to show you my random notes. I was copying and pasting things. Bad Janet. Hi there, you big stinky poop face guys. It's me, good Janet. I'm sorry I called you big stinky poop face guys. That is a direct quote from, I think. No, that's a mixture of things of partial direct quotes from the Good Place. Uh, okay, so this is going to the bathroom is a good idea because it makes my brain wander across what I was just like looking at, and it makes me think, well, so how do you start? Like, what do you do with these files now that you have them? And I'm glad that past me made these files. It's very useful, but by themselves, they're not sufficient to accomplish much. What we need is a starting point. We need some kind of um, heuristic, which is computer nerd for guesswork. Best guess. We need a best guess for if you're gonna make a crossword puzzle uh, based on a dictionary of words that you know, but also from a certain arrangement of squares, then where do you start? And I am not a crossword puzzle creator expert, so I actually don't know the answer, but I can kind of intuit a way that might work. Oh, that's wrong. I'm sorry. Janet is lying. Stop lying. Hmm. I am not currently playing with Ambi. That's a lie. Mm.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love?
All right. Anti-migraine dance break. I still have to put some kind of graphic on the screen for that, but I haven't come up with what it is yet. Hmm. I'm streaming a lot this week. Instead of like fretting over trying to improve my streaming setup, I'm just like, no, it is what it is. Just use it. Because I got lots of streams with other people and by myself and various things. Hmm. It's interesting dancing. Like, I do have a little bit of a migraine today, but I don't want to be like, if I don't feel perfect, then I can't stream. There's degrees. I don't feel that bad. I think I'm fine for today. But it's interesting trying the dance technique to like get my blood flowing and my breathing and to modulate how my body's working so that I don't have as much of a migraine. Um, and whether that works when there already is a little bit of one, it depends. Different days is different. Okay. So let's see. What do I have a class? to like compose puzzles. No, I haven't gotten that far yet. Basically needed the building blocks of puzzle creation, putting words in, and then a dictionary of words. I now have those two pieces. Thankfully, I already did the dictionary thing. It doesn't have clues yet, so I'm gonna have to go back to the database to get the clues out. Figure out a format to store them. But that's okay. First, I just want an algorithm, a class that will generate the crossword puzzle with all the words in it using real words and real rules. I think we need a new class. Let's do puzzle composer. And what does a composer do? It composes. Compose. In order to compose, it needs to read some dictionary files, but first, well, it needs to pick an arrangement. So let's just do some pseudocode here. Let's see. Randomly pick an arrangement, which means like a grid style, a bunch of squares. Then find the longest word in that arrangement. Word? The longest, whatever, word placement area line thing. Longest word line in that arrangement, which is really like one of. They might be tied. Actually, no. Find the longest word lines. So if it's like, if they're all the same, then they're all the longest. You just pick one at random. If it's longer across than it is down, then it's the ones that are going across. Whatever the longest ones are, those are the ones to start with. Start with those. We want to use common letters for the first pull. For where it intersects with other things, or just random. We can go random. It's a little bit less efficient to be fully random about this, but it's easier to get started writing it. So randomly choose one letter position. Start with those. Pick a random starting word line from the set of longest word lines. Randomly choose one letter position in the word. Randomly pick a common letter. Now, this is where linguistics could make this a lot more efficient, but I don't know which rules to use yet, or whether it's important to be efficient. I don't know. So what if we say like, oh, I did this already. Delete. Most common letters in English. And this is kind of just like Scrabble, basically, right? EARIOTNS. So like Wheel of Fortune kind of stuff, mostly. I think Wheel of Fortune had a slightly skewed list of common letters that they start with, but whatever. So this random website says that these are the most common ones. So We can start with these. Things that are above 6% usage. Okay. Randomly pick a common letter. The letters are EARIOTN. I wonder if I should weight them. Pick ones that are more common more frequently. I don't think that matters for this process. EARIOTN. I. Randomly pick a common letter. One of these, Erioten. And then, so we have a word line, which means we also have a length. And then we have a letter chosen and a position for that letter. And we're not really looking at like which letters are most likely to be in which positions. That's definitely a thing. But all of these are common enough that they could like start or end a word. Maybe. I don't know. I at the end of a word is a little uncommon, but whatever. The whole point of this is like it's all trial and error and it's just a little inefficient, but it might not matter that it's inefficient. What remains to be seen. Common starting letter. Open the file for that word length, letter position, letter choice. Pick a random word from that file. Put the word in the puzzle. And then now you could say, now start adding words that intersect with that first word. So if you're going across, then start doing the ones that are down that touch it. But I think it makes more sense to say, let's start with the other longest ones. Go to the next word in the list, in the set of longest words. Or move on, or if go to the next word in the set of longest words. I think go to the next word in the set of longest words. If that, if there are no more word lines with this, with the greatest length, move on to the words that the words with the next smallest move on to the words with the next most letters, or next greatest length, whatever. Next most letters. Move on to the words with slightly fewer letters. So basically, we want to organize the word lines that are available into lengths and then go down the list. We want to do the longest ones first, then the medium ones, then the short ones. Organize the word lines into lengths. Sort the word lines by lengths. Sort the word lines by length. Start with the longest words, then medium, then short. Find the longest word lines in the arrangement. Start with those. Pick a random starting word line from the set of longest word lines. Okay. If there are no more word lines with the greatest length, move on to the words with slightly fewer letters. Then try to if the next word line contains any letters already, then if the next word line contains any letters already, then randomly choose one of the letters that is already there and open the matching file for words of that length with that letter in that position. Find a word in that file. Well, collect the words. We don't want to start at the top, but we want to collect the words in that file that match all the existing letters in that line, in that word line. Randomly choose one of those matching words and put it in the puzzle. Repeat until you cannot find a matching word or the puzzle is full. It's a lot to process, this whole algorithm. It's important. Gotta get the whole thing down. The code is going to be more cumbersome than the words that we're writing now. Repeat until you cannot find... Oops, that's not how you spell until. Until you cannot find a matching word or the puzzle is full. If you cannot find a matching word, then, this is the slightly tricky part, then conclude that the most recent word placement attempt has failed. My camera isn't working. Why isn't my camera working? Oops. I don't know. What in the world is happening? Okay. Is that better? I think so. Okay, so split cam was weird. Split cam, I don't know why it pauses. I don't understand that part of split cam yet. I'm still working on that. And I have a text stream with some friends next week where we're going to talk about split cam. And that's one thing that maybe I should find out. How do you pause on purpose in split cam, and how do you resume on purpose? I think that my my dance break implementation, since it relies on using a keyboard shortcut to tell split cam to switch cameras, and that might be it's a little problematic because when you're typing and doing stuff, um, sometimes that just kicks in randomly and will like hit some keys, and then I'm suddenly doing something else I didn't mean to do while I'm typing. So, not necessarily split cam isn't necessarily the best choice for how I'm doing this. There might be a better way in OBS. There is. I use split cam because it helps me stream to a guest or a partner in Discord or StreamYard, while also streaming to Twitch. So it's complicated. If you cannot find a matching word, then conclude that the most recent word placement attempt has failed. And roll back to an earlier version of the in progress puzzle before the failed word was added. If you keep trying to find words that will fit, if you keep trying and failing to find words that will fit, for this for the current step, then that means you need to mark the previously added word as a failure as well, and roll back to. Are we working through the logic for a new program? Hi, the weirdest gamer. Yes, we're working through the logic for an important subsystem of a crossword puzzle generator bot. And this is the logic for generating a crossword puzzle just from an arrangement of squares and a dictionary of words. And it's meant to be the trial and error approach of putting words in and seeing if you can make a crossword puzzle out of it or not. But the nitty gritty of how exactly you tell a computer to do that is what I'm inventing now, or at least noting some of the details of how it has to happen. How are you doing, Weirdest Gamer? How's your Saturday going? What have you done today that was fun or interesting? I've been doing lots of chores and stuff, getting ready to stream. I have a little bit of a migraine, but I took some pills. It's under control. It means you need to mark previously added word as a failure as well and roll back to an even earlier version of the puzzle to try placing a different word. That's the algorithm. Now we have to implement it. Let's randomly pick an arrangement. Great, got to take my wife on a date. Stay at home because she's grading papers from the end of the school year. That's nice. Stay at home date. That sounds lovely. Oh, wait, you mean you stay at home normally? Wait, did you go out for the date or did you stay at home for the date itself? And what did you do on your date? If that's not too personal. Sounds nice. Arrangement. Arrangement. Values. This is arrangements. I'm going to pick a random one. Random, random, random. Puzzle composer needs a random. Stay at home for the date. Had dinner, just the two of us, which never happens because we have 3 kids. Aw, that's so nice. What did you have? What does one eat on a dinner date at home? That's like different from what you'd eat just being at home anyway. I guess with kids, it's like you eat macaroni and whatever. Whatever's super easy and that kids will eat. Okay, this needs a random. Random, random, random. A secure random? Let's do a secure random. You should always do a secure random because why not? Doesn't really matter. Secure random. It doesn't matter, but it will have fewer warnings in the ID if I do a secure random. Oh, I went out and got us Italian from a local restaurant. Yummy. That sounds good. Yeah, I do that once in a while. Puzzle composer. Okay, so we want to have a secure random passed in. So this is for testing purposes to make it deterministic when we're testing. This dot random equals random. So when we make a puzzle composer, we will pretty much always have a secure random passed in. But normally in production, we will public puzzle composer with nothing. We'll make new puzzle composer, new secure random. We do this because when we write a test for puzzle composer, we don't want it to have random output really. We want it to have the same output every time. When you call new secure random with nothing, that will use the computer's clock or some other facts about the environment or the hardware to use as a seed for making a randomization program for picking random numbers that will not be different. That will not be the same when you call the same code later on. But for a unit test, we want it to be the same every time. So instead of calling puzzle composer with nothing, which would call secure random with nothing, we will call puzzle composer in a test with a secure random that starts with a seed number that is always the same number. Byte array seed. Okay, whatever. We'll figure out how that's supposed to work. Apparently it's not a number, but it's something. Okay. So now we have a random. So we can use the random to call next int. Oh, generate seed int num bytes. No, it has to be. Never mind. We'll write the test pretty soon. Oh, you can do set seed long seed. That's what I'll do. Set seed. That's how I'll do it for the test. So next int with a bound. This is the next. I'm calling the next integer from the random based on the length of the arrangements array. We're getting an index into the arrangements array, like 0 through 5 or whatever it is. Arrangements index, arrangements sub arrangement index will give me an arrangement. So that's a bunch of code. No, I don't want to declare final. Go away. I'm looking to see if there's any way to shorten this. I don't see one. Because I used this arrangements array twice. I don't want to pull it out twice. So that's the arrangement. There, we did a step. Hooray! Sort the word lines by length. As I recall, we want to make a new puzzle object with the arrangement passed in. And then that is going to, it's going to generate some stuff. Yeah, generate empty answers. There we go. Answer list, get horizontal answers. Oh, but those were, what was answer list? Oh, generate empty answers. Yes, right. Okay, so that will generate the empty answers. Then we have get horizontal answers and get vertical answers. We might want to have something that's get all answers. And at some point, we want to sort them by length. Do we want to do that inside puzzle or outside puzzle? I don't know. I have an answer lists class, which comes from, it's just these two things together. Okay. It's just a wrapper around two things. It's not very important. It's for when, it's because I wanted to have something to return from this method. But I want to have a master list of all of the answers. Do you hear my cat? My cat's meowing behind me in the distance. All the answers. Puzzle, get, let's just write some code and see what happens. Horizontal answers, puzzle, get, vertical answers. So now we have these two lists. We have to go through both of them to find the ones that are certain lengths and sort them and whatnot. Sort by length. I really just want it to be one list. Oh, dance time. Dance time so that I don't get a worse migraine. The Star Wars Cantina song was one of the ones I saw in stream alert in sound alerts that was like, yeah, that's pretty good. Doesn't it's a good instrumental, it's cute, it's got a good dance beat. I like it. Pardon me while I eat some food to keep going. Brain food. Get all answers. And then will I sort them later? No, go ahead and sort them now. Sorted by length. Let's see, where's the builder for these lists? Here we go. Like this. Okay, answers builder, and then we'll go We'll go through... No. Let's see. We'll go through horizontal answers as list. What does that mean? Doesn't do anything. Okay. Return this means it's already the same thing that you already had. I think what I want to do is I want to make a list that's a regular mutable list in here, and then sort it, and then put it in a builder and make an immutable list out of that. Because I can make mutable stuff as long as I don't return it outside of the method. Weirdest Gamer said, have you ever played one of those games that you have to develop scripts as part of the game? Bitburner is the one that my programmer friends play. I don't think I have. I think I have Bitburner. I haven't played it yet. That sounds interesting. I've done some like programmer challenges and things that are gamified in a way, but they're not actual video games. There was kind of something like that in one of the escape simulator rooms. There was like a mock little programming interface, which Ambi was like, oh, okay, well, you can do this one, Joe. And I was like, yeah, sure. And I saw it, and it was kind of like doing for loops of like colors or something, and you just had to like select the right lines to put in the right order to have the correct output. And it was essentially doing a little programming inside of a video game. But it wasn't like writing a script from the keyboard. It is kind of interesting. I should check out Bitburner. I forgot that's what it was. I'm glad you reminded me. Because I see it at the top of my Steam list, and I'm like, I don't know what that is, but I have it. Let's see here. List, answer. Answers equals new array list. The standard ordered thing in Java. Actually, I could do a tree set, which would be self-sorting, but I would need answer to have only one way of being sorted. And that's not necessarily what I want. So no. And then we're going to do a for loop of horizontal answers. Go through horizontal answers. Oops. And for each one, we're going to put it into answer, into the answers list. Add answer. Can I, maybe I could do this instead. Answers, add all horizontal answers. And then vertical answers. That is better. Okay, so we'll add all those answers to this regular list. Then let's see. I want to look at what answer has. It has cells, reference number, orientation. Calculate text, get cells, get reference number. Okay, I just want a method that's get length. Integer get length. Or we'll just call it length, because Java does that sometimes. C does that sometimes. You just call length instead of get length, which is inconsistent styling for what kind of words to use in method names, but it's fine. It's a common convention. Length, return cells size, because cells is a list. You get the size of the list, That is the length of the word. Now we want to sort answers by length, descending. Now I remember how to do that. Now I have to remember how that works in Java. So we do answers.sort comparator we pass in a comparator. And the short answer for how to do a comparator is something like this. A for answer, a dot length. No, AB. No. AB in parentheses. A dot length is less than B dot length? I don't know. No. Let's find out, because I forgot. Java sort comparator syntax. Comparator interface in Java with examples. Compare object 1 and object 2. Sort this list with comparator. Yeah. Just give me examples. So you can create a comparator by having the whole big thing for it with all the stuff. But the shortcut, this is very old. This is the old way. It's valid, but it's old. How to use comparator in Java to sort Java comparator something. This is making, okay. That's a comparator, the big whole class comparator. There's supposed to be some shortcut, I think. I'd rather use the shortcut, personally. It doesn't matter a whole lot, just rather. Java 8 comparator interface. No. Example. Oh, right. Comparator dot comparing. This is one way to make it. This is the syntax that I couldn't remember. So if we do comparator comparing answer length, that makes the comparator, which we can then put into here. Okay. The problem is that that's going to compare them ascending. And that's going to sort them ascending by default. It's going to go smallest to greatest because that's what it does. Because when you're sorting 1, 2, 3, the default way of sorting 1, 2, 3 is 1 comes first. And I want the opposite. So maybe I can't use this particular shortcut. Unless there's a method for reversing that. Reversed. Perfect. Now we need a test. So this is for puzzle. We still need to finish making this valid. Add all answers. Answers builder, build. That'll make an immutable list of the sorted the sorted answers by length. And I'll put this down here. Actually, let's see if we can do this faster. So answers builder, not faster, shorter. Here's answers builder. We need to add all and then build. But what if we just do builder, add all answers, build. Is that wrong? Why is that wrong? Required type immutable list answer provided immutable list object. How do I specify it? Builder answer, like that. Oh. Huh. Where was I? Here. No. Over here? Over here? Okay. It looks like that worked. I wasn't sure where to put it. Apparently that works. I'm surprised. I thought it would be after builder. I don't know. Yeah. I've never seen this syntax before. I'm surprised it worked. I don't know if it does, but it's not making a big red line, so it's probably going to work. Okay, so an immutable list of things that are of type answer. And for that, what we're going to call the builder method of that thing to make an immutable list builder, to which we will add all of the answers that have been sorted already by their answer length, but reversed, longest first. And then we will build from the builder to make an immutable list of answers. It's very cumbersome code, but the point of it is to make sure that anything coming out of the method is not changeable. It's not mutable. So we can't make a mistake when we're rolling back puzzle versions and like we've changed something in an inner object somewhere and we meant the old puzzle to not change. That won't be possible. It's defensive coding. Defending against my own mistakes. And it's time to dance.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no
Victory
more.
dance for making a small amount of progress into what needs to happen to make this thing a reality.
What is love?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sorry, Nibbler. You're okay. Don't worry. I startled my cat. Do you like Harlequin? Rub my hands together as I think. Okay. So this is in Puzzle Composer in Crossword, the crossword package. Let's do a new Groovy class, Puzzle Composer spec. Extend specification. Great. What are we testing? That's actually wrong. We'll get to that. Actually want to change. I want to add to the puzzle spec. No surprise there. A lot of things are going to happen in the puzzle spec. A lot of things are going to happen in puzzle. The new method to test is this one. Get all answers sorted by length. Puzzle spec. Should get all answers sorted by length. And for clarity, we could use some of the same stuff here. Maybe this will be kind of like the baseline. Good evening, Quadrain. How are you doing? Welcome. Good to see you. How's your Saturday? How are you feeling? I hope you're okay. Hope you're doing better. Let's see. So I kind of want to make this puzzle again in this in a test, which means that maybe this is my baseline test for like just making a puzzle, and then testing to see what's in it. So maybe I should make a little method for that. Private make test puzzle. Oh no, because I need all of these variables to be available. Yeah, for this one I need all the variables. I need all the different states of the puzzle. I could return them all as a list or a map or something, but oh, maybe I should do that. Puzzle with rock. I can make a map of like the answer that was added right before that puzzle was created to the puzzle object that resulted from adding that word to the puzzle. Or I could just copy this code and use it again. I don't know. I can refactor it later. I do have a little bit of a migraine, so I'm going to go easy on myself and cheat and just do that. Make messy code because it's mine and who cares? Okay, so setup. I'm going to do that. And then when puzzle with me, the last one, get all answers sorted by length. Oh, that is an immutable list of answer. Oh, that's not useful. Never mind. Never mind. I'm wrong. That's wrong. Okay, let's pick a different one. These are all the same length, so sorting them by length is meaningless. We need a different one. We need a different arrangement. An arrangement that has a bunch of different lengths in it. So this one has 5, 5, 5, 5, and 3, 3, 3, 3. That's an option. This one has 5, 7, 7, 5. It has 5s and 7s. This one, they're all the same length. This one, they're horizontals. Some of them are long, some of them are short. I don't think I have any that have more than 2 different lengths, at least not typed in yet. Quadrant said, I am honestly exhausted, doing great, but was at a very small birthday party for a friend of my daughter. Like 8 kids and their parents, still the biggest group of people I've been around in 2 years. I'm drained. Oof, I can imagine. I have not been around much of anyone except in the last 2 years, except a guy who had to check my smog levels of my car, and a few AAA guys who jump started my car before I got a device to do it myself, and my dentist and my dental hygienist. Everything else has been over video. Oh, I guess maybe a maintenance guy. Even the maintenance guy, he's come in, and I just go in here and I'll close the door and just holler through the door, and then wait a while after he's gone. I'm like, I'm not getting COVID. I don't have to get COVID. I refuse to get COVID. If I get COVID, it will be in spite of very carefully avoiding it. and giving up a lot of things to avoid it. Quadrain, I'm listening to chill video game music on piano, live on another awesome channel, and hanging out here, just decompressing. Kids are in bed. Well, you're most welcome. Thank you for coming to hang out with me. I'm making progress on my code for generating a crossword puzzle automatically. I have a little bit of a migraine, but it feels like the medicine is keeping it under control. So I think I'm okay to keep streaming. And I got my 15-minute dance breaks, which are mostly helping. Once a migraine started, exercise becomes a bit of a mixed bag. But I'm eating, I'm relaxing, I'm drinking, I'm chatting, I'm coding. Whatever. I'm looking at Twitter. What's going on Twitter? Stuff. Oh, Baljamet tweeted at me. Missed a poll. Missed a poll. Oh, Emoji Snake Game apparently has gotten sufficiently unpopular that it sometimes has no votes, and then it randomly chooses, and something bad happens. Quadrain said, I'm tempted to start Severance on Apple TV, but I might wait for another night. Oh, you're just starting it? I just got my mother to watch it. She was skeptical, and then she watched the whole thing. And I was like, yeah, it's good, right? I'm excited for your Monday evening stream. Yeah, Ambi's busy, so I'm using my wheel that I figured out how to do that I haven't used yet. And I don't know what we're going to do. I'm just going to hang out and do some stuff. I'm excited for it too. Going to do something. Probably play a game. For those who don't know, Monday evening I'll be here. Probably not coding. I'll be spinning the wheel of indecision to determine what to do, and spin it like 5 times. Fill up a poll in chat, and let chat and myself choose from the poll what to do first, and then do that thing for a little while, and then spin it again. Do something else. Because I have too many things I want to do, and I can't always decide. Like, let the wheel decide. Okay, let's do this one. It seems like all the arrangements I've typed in so far have either 1 or 2 word lengths. Don't know if I have any that have 3 word lengths. Oh, I do. I just haven't typed them in yet. I have like, I've only typed a few in because like I need to make the system first before I need more arrangements. But I have ones that are like this one here, where it's got like one long one. No, wait. There's a bunch of 3s and the 7. Never mind. What am I looking at? What am I thinking of? This one. This one here has 3 different word lengths. It's got some 3s, it's got some 5s, it's got a 7. So that would be a good one. Or one of its rotated versions. But I don't want to type them in right now. I'll just use the one I have, it's fine. No butt spot. The butt of indecision is filled with fun. The wheel of indecision is filled with fun. The butt of indecision is filled with fun. It's interesting how Buttspot chose to break apart the word indecision. It was like, where's the syllable? And it was like, well, indeci is some syllables. And then si is apparently a syllable, which is incorrect. But it ended up with the word button, indecibutton, which is, less of a dirty word than what it's intended to put. Not that butt is like super dirty. Let's do this arrangement so we have at least 2 different lengths of words. So we have a slightly meaningful test. Okay, northwest L corner. Now here's our challenge. Right, like I like how it ended up with button. Yeah, well, the rare wholesome answer from Buttspot. Here's the challenge. We have a new arrangement for which we don't have a crossword puzzle. The arrangement looks like northwest L corner. It looks like this, where the zeros are places to put letters, the dots are places where you cannot put letters. We need to make a crossword puzzle for that. So let's go do one. Where's a good place? Let's go to like Google Drive. Maybe. We'll see if this new plugin does a good job. It's already hiding some important things. Let's do more Google Jamboard. Let's see how it reacts to Google Jamboard. So far, so good. I'm trying not to show myself like tons of bright light. Oh, no, there's bright light. It didn't work. Not as simple as that. Maybe we can just fill it in. How do you fill it in? Rectangle. Oh, there we go. That's good. Okay. Here, even bigger rectangle. All the way on the edge. All right. Now we need some color we can read. And we need to draw a crossword puzzle. Let's see, it was 5 across, 5 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And like this. Okay. And then we'll mark out those L shapes here. These are not being used. Now we need to fill in the rest of this with valid words to make a crossword puzzle. Let's go. What should we put? And we could use my algorithm, or we could just make stuff up. Here, let's put start. Oh, dance time. Sniffler. Time to do some more dancing. Start. Yeah, I love you too, Nibbler. He reached out for me, and then I touched him, and he pulled back like, "Don't touch me." Skunk, and then something that starts with an K, knack, like this, and then this could be like trick. Okay, that's the easy part. Now, a 3-letter word that ends in A. A 3-letter word that ends in I. There aren't as many of those, but I do have a file full of them. That's what we were looking at before. So let's use the algorithm manually. We need a 3-letter word where the third letter is the letter I. So 3-letter word I in the third position. We got lots of words that I don't know if they count, but apparently they're in this list for some reason. Let's find one that looks familiar. Psi, PSI. PSI. Now we need a word that's 3 letters, starts with a P, ends with an A. Can you think of one? Yes, P. P-E-A. Then E blank C could be etc. A-E-T-C, but we need something that's S blank C. So let's find an S blank C. 3 letters with S. 3 letters with S as the first letter. And we want with a C. S-A-C. SBC. These aren't just like every possible combination of letters. No, these are supposedly words. At least most of them are. I don't know. They're things that have been used in crossword puzzles with clues. They're not necessarily words. They're abbreviations. Can we use SAC? Depends. Is EAC a word? Is it in this dictionary? EAC. So 3 letters. EAC. E in the first position, 3 letters. EAC is not on the list. Can't use it. So this is the algorithm in motion. So we can't use SAC, but can we use SBC? Well, we can if EBC is a word, but it's not. So then can we use something else? SEC. We can use that if EEC is on the list. This is not a bad exercise. It is on the list. Okay. So I don't know what it means, but SEC is an organization. EEC is something else. Somewhere in the database that I pulled that from, there is a clue for what EEC means. And if I use that dictionary, EEC would be a valid word to put there, provided the clue is like helpful. And if this dictionary is problematic and I have to prune it of all stuff that doesn't make sense, then that's going to be a big job. I don't know. Or I'll find a different dictionary and like find the union of the dictionary that has clues with the dictionary that is words or something. But then you can't really make as many crossword puzzles if you're restricting yourself to like not using abbreviations. I don't know. Anyway, here's some things. So now let's add these to the test crossword puzzle in the code. So we got, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8 words, but 7 numbers. That's correct. Because the 3 gets used twice, and the 1 gets used twice, and whatever. Oh, there's no 5. It's actually only 6. This is wrong. Okay, so undo, undo, undo. 3 down, 4 down, 5 across, 6 across. That makes sense. So the 1 gets used twice, and the 3 gets used twice. So that's why there's 8 words, but 6 numbers. So now we do reference number 1 across is the word start. Puzzle with start. We'll put skunk in there. Skunk, reference number 1 down. We'll put knack. Now we'll put trick as 2 down. And then 6 across will be knack. Six across. 3 across is PSI or psi. 3 across. And then a puzzle with PSI, we add 5 across is EEC. Which makes this variable called EEC. And now we have to fill in all the words. So we got 3 down is P. Three down happens to be 3 down. Then 4 down is SEC. This is with P, SEC, 4 down. So if I did that right, then puzzle with sec two string contents should say that, basically. So let's do this. Skunk. I think I memorized it now. Knack. Trick. And then, actually, I don't. I have not. PSI is across. PSI and EEC. Great. So that's the 2 string contents. We're not calculating answer texts for them. We are getting the lists of the answers in order by longest first. All answers sorted by length, yes. We'll just say sorted by length. It's shorter and it's clear enough. When sorted by length, then now we want to see, what do we want to see? We want to see let's do a 4i. Oh dear, that's not what I wanted. Create iteration loop. Not what I expected Groovy to do. Okay. For int I equals 0, I have to type it myself. I equals 0. I is less than sorted by length dot size. Size? Yes, size. I plus plus. The basic original C style loop. Okay. Sorted by length, get I gives us what? Come on. Ugh. Groovy autocorrect, autocomplete isn't as useful because it tends to give, tends to want to not type the variables. And I don't know how to change that. There might be a way, I just don't know it. So this is the answer. We get the answer. And essentially, what we know is that if the answer, why am I looking at this wrong thing? I don't know. Should get all answers sorted by length. With answers, should make a new puzzle with the added answer. Ugh. This is wrong. This is doing it in the wrong place. Copy this, put it down here. Put it somewhere else. I have to undo a bunch of stuff. Okay, so that's the bit of code there. This is what I meant to be doing after that. But I need to revert a few things because I put it in the wrong place. Oh, get the key again. Let me just get that key. Where is my browser? Here we go. Nope. Okay, puzzle spec. I got the Cantina song in my head. Okay, I think with answer should make a new puzzle with the added answer. We want to basically revert all of this. Did I copy this part? It's not real sophisticated stuff. Yeah, I did. Okay. Um, let's just go like this. Clicky clicky. Oh, is it more than one section? Discard lines. Okay. Discard hunk. Okay. All right. Let's try that again. So piece by piece, what I meant to do was make a new method called something about the puzzle spec. The puzzle says it should get all answers sorted by length, so we'll just say that. Should get all answers sorted by length. Paste this in because we did it. This is more of a setup because we're not testing the with answer for this test. We're testing something else. Puzzle with sec setup. Okay, when puzzle with sec get all answers sorted by length, is this. Then yes, we'll do this string contents just for readability and understanding. But what we're really testing is this part down here. And what do we want to know about this? We want to know that I just realized the ones we put in, the long ones that we put in, I put them in first because instinctively that felt like the way I would do it. But actually, I want to put them in a different order so that I know that when I'm pulling them out, the order I put them in did not influence the order that they got sorted to be. They should go in an unsorted order by length and come out in a sorted order. Which just means like the 4 that are length 5 should be first. The 4 that are length 3 should be last. The ordering of them apart from that is immaterial, which is a little annoying because it's not deterministic, but that's how crossword puzzles are generally shaped. New music, yes. I've added 2 songs to my cycling repertoire of dance music. The other will come up in 15 minutes. I also spent some time at the beginning of the stream working with Audacity to make them closer to being the same volume because the old one was much quieter than the new ones. Okay. So nice. Yeah. I've been wanting to put some more songs. There's like a bunch of dance songs I want to put in there because having multiple little dance ditties in my head is better than just the one over and over forever. It's kind of a lot. Okay, let's put P up here. Let's just move these around. And then we'll change all the variable names. So we'll put P, then start, then this, then this. We'll just sort of alternate roughly, but not entirely. All right, now we'll change all the variable names. So empty puzzle goes here. Then this is puzzle with P. P goes here. This is start. Start goes here. This is knack. Knack does go here. This is psi. Yes, this is psi. Yes, this is EEC. But this is now EEC. This is skunk. This is skunk to get SEC. This is SEC to get trick. And now we've gone through and added them in the right order. Well, in a more chaotic order, because the order you add them does not impact the puzzle. But I want the order to be different from the order that's going to come out the sorted end of this method. And then I need the last one to be the one that we use to get all answers sorted by length. Now we get them sorted by length. And now, instead of sorted by length size, we'll just say less than 4. Then we want to say that the answer is in this other list. We'll say that this list, the list of long ones, start, knack, skunk, trick. Start, knack, skunk, skunk, trick contains answer, get, oh, there is no thing for getting the text, apparently. Curious. I haven't needed it until now to pull the text out of an answer object. Let's get it now. Hello, Kubiti. Please tell me if I'm pronouncing your name correctly or incorrectly. I'm guessing, my first guess is Kubiti. I didn't think I'd find someone writing Groovy. There are not that many people writing Groovy, especially on Twitch, because there's not that many people writing any code on Twitch. And when they are, there's a lot of other more popular languages, but I still write Groovy for my tests. I used to write Groovy in production. Good pronunciation. Excellent. Welcome, Kubiti. How are you? Nice to meet you. I'm Joe Sandow. I stream coding Twitter bots and brushing my cat's teeth and board games and video games and escape room puzzles with my friends and various things. And sometimes some art and some tech streams and stuff. And I'm working on a crossword puzzle bot at the moment. I used to write Groovy for production code in Grails when I worked at Netflix. And then I switched back to Java for my Twitter bots because I wanted more tool support. And because Groovy is like, it's not super supported by tools. It's okay, but it's harder to support than Java. Thanks, I'm good. I'm definitely familiar with your excellent bot work from Twitter. Oh, thank you so much. That's nice to hear. Okay, so it turns out that I don't have a method in answer to get, calculate answer text. Different from get, because it's not just in there. Sure, that's fine. It's just a unit test. It doesn't have to be efficient. Calculate, well, it has to be efficient enough. It has to be lickety-split done, but it doesn't have to be trying to conserve lots of processing because it only runs once in a while on my computer. Okay. Actually, I don't need a loop for this. Well, maybe I do. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Let's do starting at 5, going up to less than 8. We're gonna go through the rest of them. So we did the early ones should be big. The later ones should be small. The small words are P, psi, EEC, SEC. P, psi, EEC, SEC. And for those just joining us, the reason why we have such strange words is because I just came up with a crossword puzzle to match one of my patterns, my arrangements of squares, where some of the words are different lengths than other words. And while filling that in, I determined from my dictionary that I use for this project that EEC is something that occurs in crossword puzzles. I don't know what it means, but I can eventually find out like what clue it is supposed to point to EEC. Um, and if my dictionary has too much stuff where I'm like, I don't know what that is, no one's ever going to solve any of these, then I'll have to revisit um, how I generate the dictionary or how I filter it, filter the usage of it for things that I approve of as being good enough words. Not sure yet. But if as long as there's decent clues and they make sense, I don't know. Once I have this part of the system built, I will generate hundreds of crossword puzzles and I'll see them, and most of them will have words that I'm like, that's not a word. I don't know what that is. But when I add the part that adds clues from the data source that I have, then I can start to play some of those crossword puzzles and be like, okay, I see where you're getting that. That's fine. And then I'll get a sense for how frequently the puzzles are unsolvable by me and therefore not to my taste. Probably not fun. And probably a lot of other people would have trouble with them or find them pointless because the clues aren't good enough to help you get the word. So I don't know about that yet. Anyway, here's the test. Let's run it. Let's see if I did it right. Let's see if it works. I have a lot of ideas for more bots, Kubiti, and this is one of them. That took a while to fail. I should have failed faster. No, I was just building. It was just compiling. Okay, condition not satisfied. The two-string contents did not come out the way it's supposed to. I made a mistake somewhere. Oh. Well, part of it's dots instead of dashes. Apparently. Oh, yes, that's right. Dots instead of dashes. That's important. Dashes are fillable spaces that have not yet been filled. Dots are unfillable spaces, black squares that you can't write in. And that's important because when we're testing or writing out or debugging or whatever, the current state of a crossword puzzle that's in progress, we need to know the difference between spaces that you can put a letter in but you haven't put one yet and spaces where you cannot put a letter. But we have to do that in plain text like this without a picture. All right, so that's a part of it, but there was something else. It was also getting the letter wrong. Maybe I didn't add the word trick. This might be pointing out a bug somewhere else in the code that I didn't know about yet. It's showing a dash instead of the R in trick. Okay, I think I'm reading the wrong thing. No. It says 2 down. We're adding trick in 2 down. And the rules for crossword puzzles for the reference number position say that they should go 1 here, nothing here, because it's not the start of a word. But it should go across to 2 here. And we said 2 down is trick. And then we checked, oh, I know. This is the wrong variable here. We have to use the last puzzle object when we're checking the string context. I still was checking a different one, and it was one that hadn't added the word trick yet, so the R wasn't present yet. That makes sense. Good. And that's part of why I put this here, is just it's also so I can like look at this test like next year when I'm coming back to this code and being like, what is all this? What do you mean with all these words? What is that supposed to be? And then the answer is, if you arrange them in this order, it looks like this, and then it makes sense. I mean, really, this could just be a comment, but I think it's better as an assertion because then it's guaranteed to be correct as long as the test is passing. Look at that, the test passes. Now let's make the test fail. Let's switch these. This is to make sure that that what I'm testing here is like makes sense. Because it should be that the first four do not contain these. That should fail. The last four do not contain these. That should fail. Okay, it passed. That's bad. So what that means is this contains line didn't get evaluated by the then clause of Spock. And that's one of the reasons that I wanted to do that test, that like checking to make sure it can fail, because I didn't know for sure if this syntax being inside a for loop was something you're allowed to do in a then clause in a Spock test, which is what we're doing here. Quadrian said, hey, did you see Musk put his purchase of Twitter on hold while he reviews the number of accounts that are bots? You saved Twitter. Hooray. Yeah. Not at all what he did. That's what he said he did. He's lying. But yes, I saved Twitter because of my 6 bots. I haven't made thousands. There is someone who made 600 like real like art bots, literally art bots. He has I talked to someone at Twitter who like has like blessed my accounts to not get them suspended so often. And she said that that's one of her technical abilities that she has access to, is to bless accounts so they don't get suspended, which is not scalable, but it's something. And I was like, well, I have like 50. And she was like, haha, that's not even the biggest number I've done. I know a bot maker who has over 600. They're all active and they're all tweeting paintings from different artists. I'm like, wow, that's a good idea and pretty intense. Yes, I did. I saved Twitter with my 6 accounts. Hooray.
What is
Or with
love?
my 50.
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
So this is my first stream with the new music. I'll check the VOD later to see if it did the thing where it's like, we've had to mute several parts of your VOD so that we don't get in trouble legally. Because these are sounds that are used by sound alerts, which means they're probably fine. But I trimmed them differently than sound alerts. So maybe they're too long for the automated decider of what counts as being too long. It has nothing to do with Tesla losing $400 billion in share value. Yeah. Well, 600 bots. Oh, that's it. Now you've heard the third song. I can add more, but those are the 3 so far. That's the one with lyrics. Okay, so this is bad. This passed when it should have failed, which means that my methodology for writing it is wrong. So instead of a for loop, I need to do something else. I need to do sorted by length get 0. Well, what I can do is I'm gonna make this part of the setup. This is short words list string short words, and this is long words. The long words is this. This is just a slight optimization that doesn't matter very much, but it's also a little bit easier to read, I think, and easier to maintain. So this gets replaced. We're going to put short words here. This is now supposed to fail. If this fails, we're on the right track. Good. It failed. Yeah, one of my streams got a section of it muted for music, but I didn't even have any music playing. I can't even review the bit too to see what the automod detected. Yeah, it's not perfect. They just are a little over ambitious, over enthusiastic. Okay, so that's false. Good. So start is not one of these words, so that failed. That's excellent. So now this should be doot 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 long words. Yeah, so it's entirely possible that they'll mute some parts of this, but I can check then at the 15-minute marks on the timer, like, which songs is it caring about? Is it the Cantina song? Is it Baby Don't Hurt Me? I don't think it's Epic Sax Guy. I don't even think that's like one of the published music things, because that's a clip from a TV show. Short words contains this for doot 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 doot. 5, 6, 7. Instead of looping, we'll do that. Is there a nicer way to do this? I don't know. Hi, Nibbler. There's maybe a shorter way, but there's in. It's not much better. In long words. My cat's stretching. Hi, pretty boy. He came in here to hang out with me right before I stream. I'm gonna pet you, okay? Okay, good boy. 3 strokes on the head. That did it. The weirdest gamer, Cantina, very likely because Disney is a dick about copyright. Yeah, that's true. But whether Twitch's algorithm has any sense of length or relative length of the whole piece compared to a portion of the piece. Cantina is very repetitive, so it could be that 30 seconds of Cantina is a significant portion of the whole piece, depending on some legal logic or something. I don't know. I believe that in court, most judges would say, no, that's fair use because it's so short. But who knows? I'm not going to court for it, so we'll never know. I don't think the law has any hard lines about that. Okay. Let me change this to short words to make sure it fails. Excellent. It failed. It was the word start, and it's not in the list of short words. Okay, that's a little nicer. Let me just try to make this incrementally easier to read. Instead of long words contains and short words contains. So we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3. They're in long words. Then the last 4 short words. So what I'm doing here is I don't know the order because when I'm sorting, there's an element of randomness in which of the 4 long words is going to be in which position. I don't know and I don't care what they are. I think, yeah. I mean, I kind of want to intentionally shuffle them within each bracket of their size, but I'm not sure. Hooligan Grundy. Ooh, midnight on a Saturday. Ow. It's only 9 o'clock where I am. Welcome, Hooligan Grundy. Is midnight on a Saturday late? I thought that's the only time people are up at midnight. I don't know. I don't know what people do. I'm always up at midnight. When was the last time I was asleep at midnight? If I'm asleep at midnight, it's because I'm taking a nap. I'm not down for the night. Just taking a little nap. Twitter crossword puzzle bot. That's a strong idea. Thank you. I think it's a strong idea too. It's an ambitious idea. It's gonna take a lot of work, but I'm getting there. This is a little ugly, but it's okay. I can go a little further. I don't want to spend forever on it, but I can do sorted by length. So the words sorted by length. Call a method on each of them. So this is groovy for call a method on each of them. Asterisk dot calculate answer text. Array list of strings. Well, it can just do list. List of strings. We'll just call it sorted. Sorted words. Which is a synonym for sorted by length, but sorted by length was answer objects. Or I can change this to sorted answers. And then the next one is, the next variable here is sorted words. And then sorted words get 0. Now I don't have to call calculate answer text. Now it's a little bit nicer. There's not so much stuff to look at when you're checking what the text, what the test is attempting to prove. Oh, I can think of one more thing. In Groovy, a list can be treated like this. You can use syntactic sugar to shorten a very common thing that you have to do, which is get something from the list by its index number using the syntax that would normally be reserved in Java for array objects rather than list objects. What's the difference between an array and a list? Don't worry about it, but it's a difference. Okay, let me just run this, make sure I have this right. It should still pass. Yep, and then if I move this one, change this one to short words, it should fail. Fabulous. So we want this to be long words. We want to get all of these shorter. And oh, that's good. I'm looking for like, how do I quickly change all of these? All right, that's pretty good. There we go. Sorted words 0 is in long words. 1 and 2 and 3 all in long words. 4, 5, 6, 7 are all in short words. This shows that even though we put the words into the crossword puzzle in semi-random order, intentionally confusing order, the longer ones are now correctly sorted, coming out the other end of the get all answers sorted by length method. They're coming out sorted by length. Yay! So when I have a finished unit test for something, I like to check it in, because that's a component of code, a bit of work done that is self-contained and would be nice to not break it and not mix it up with a bunch of other stuff that's going to be harder to pull apart later on. Let's see, get all answers sorted by length. That looks like the thing. That's the method that we wrote earlier. And length, cells.size. Are we using that? Probably. It would make sense that we're using that. Yeah, answer length. So we need this piece, length, cells.size. The number of cells in the answer object is the length of the word, because it's equal to the number of letters in the word, always. Then there's Puzzle Composer and Puzzle Composer Spec. Almost all of Puzzle Composer is notes about what we're gonna do. And it doesn't do much yet. We just got to the part where I wanted to get the answers out of the puzzle sorted by the longest ones first. And then I was like, well, I need to write that method and write a test for it. Puzzle composer spec is nothing because there's nothing happening in there yet. So there we go. Commit. And then after this, I think I need to brush my cat's teeth and probably wind down pretty soon. So this is get all answers sorted by length. Get all answers sorted by length. If I were feeling better, I would like stream longer, but I have a bunch more streams this weekend and next week. So I need to take it easy. And I'm feeling a little off today, so don't want to do too long. But we do have teeth brushing to do, don't we, Nibbler? Yeah. He's sleeping. He's ignoring me, but he knows. Get all answers sorted by length. Commit. Push. Push to GitLab. And it may look like we didn't get that much coding done today. That's true. But we got important stuff done, which is reviewing the design, checking in the code from last time that wasn't checked in yet, reviewing that, making sure it was good, reviewing the design, writing up a big description, finding the dictionaries, the lists, the files that we can use for generating the puzzles. They don't have matching clue database entries yet. I mean, they do somewhere. They're not in a state that I can conveniently use them yet. But we did put a lot into what exactly, step by step, the puzzle composer is going to do. And then started tackling pieces of that component. So now that we have done that step, we can do puzzle, get all answers sorted by length. And we get all answers sorted by length. Hooray! Which means we can sort the word lengths by length. Start with the longest words, then medium, then short. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So what I'm wondering is, do I want to take that list? I think we got to do the thing pretty soon, Nibbler. But me, I'm just dancing. Sleepy boy. You want some lunch soon? He hasn't had lunch. Oh, no, wait, that's not true. He did have lunch. That's good. Oh, chin scritches. Oh, good boy. That's a to-do, is to set up the cat camera again. I had to sacrifice the cat camera to have the second camera for the standing dancing. But the cat camera, I didn't have it set up much anyway, because my desk arm to hold the camera broke. But I bought new ones, stronger, better ones. So I got to put that together, but I don't have a third webcam, so I got to use a phone. But that's good anyway, because I want to do some streaming of stuff on the tabletop, like board games, and a phone camera is better than a webcam for that. Or I can try my DSLR, but that's going to be much harder without a lot of help. So, what I was wondering was, should I take this list of all answers sorted by length and break it into smaller lists by grouped by length, word length? Like, so if we have 4 words that are length 5, 4 words that are length 3, put those into separate lists, and then take each of those lists and like shuffle them so that you're starting with randomly with a different thing. Or I don't know, does that even matter? Um, it matters a little if I'm starting the first word with one of the common letters or trying to, then then you're kind of guaranteeing that the one that's if Java decides to, when it's doing that sorting algorithm, if it decides to put the first ones first, that just means that that common letter is more likely to occur. One of those common letters is more likely to occur in the first word, one of these letters, and that's programmatically like imperfect because there you should be able to have plenty of times where that doesn't happen, where none of those letters occur. Even if they're common, they don't have to occur in the first longest word. On the other hand, they are so common that that that's not something anyone else would notice. That's something that only like you and I would know about these crossword puzzles. Like, well, we know that in the first word at the top, that's probably one of the letters is probably EARIOTN, which doesn't tell us much, but we're probably looking for something that contains one of those letters, which is not information you should normally have when you're starting a crossword puzzle. I would rather that that knowledge is like it's just one of the longest words. But on the other hand, if I shuffle them, then it's more complicated to determine the order that I should go in for like trying to put words in. Whereas if I just let it be like whatever the sorted algorithm does, that's the order. Um, and I think it might actually default to keeping them in order as best it can, because it did say start was first. And let's see here, puzzle spec, we put start as the first of the longest ones. And that was what was showing up as saying like the first one is not in the list of short words because the first one is start. So I think it's probably keeping the order intact. We can just find out. Let's just do println sorted words. See what it does. So it said start, knack, skunk, trick. Start, knack, skunk, trick. Psi, EEC, PEA, SEC. So I'm wrong. It did not keep the order intact of the second batch, the ones that are shorter. Those um, those got reordered. Interesting. Um, okay, so it's probably like not a strict rule because we didn't give it any other rule of how it should um, sort them. But I think I'm like kind of overthinking it. Like, even if I did want to change this algorithm in the future for some like teeny tiny little improvement in unpredictability of the puzzles, it doesn't really matter. Like, you're not going to look at a puzzle and have too much information because of this one small detail. It's just an insignificant advantage if you know that part of the code. It wouldn't really help. So then um, we don't have to sort them um, by, we don't have to break this list into smaller lists. I think we can just start going through this list of answers and put words in, starting with the longest ones. Just put words in. And then try putting in words for the short words, for the short answers, where possible. And then when you reach a point where it's impossible, then you rewind until and try something else until it is possible. Start with the longest words, then medium, then shorts. Find the longest word lines in that arrangement. pick a random starting word line from the set of longest word lines, or just pick the first one. Randomly choose one letter position in the word. So this is not going to be correct, but I'm going to do it for now. Replace this strategy with a loop later. For now, try just pulling the first word. And that's because the loops are going to get like deeply nested and it's going to get real confusing. So I'm just going to start like this. So we'll get the first answer. Randomly choose one letter position in the word. Answer.length. Now we have another use for answer.length. And we have random. Random next int with a limit of answer.length is letter index. The index being 0 through 4 for a 5-letter word into the letters of that word. Letter index. Randomly choose one letter position in the word. Randomly pick a common starting letter. Okay, so we got this starting letter. Private, static, immutable list. Do we want to use characters or strings? It is kind of tempting to just use strings for things. But I think at the moment, the answer class uses cells, and cells use characters, not strings. Do I like that? I'm of two minds about it, but it's how I have it for now. So character objects. Immutable list of characters. Common letters. I mean, this doesn't have to be immutable, but let's do arrays as list. Let's just make it a list. It's not important that this be immutable because I'm not going to pass it around and change it a lot. List of characters, common letters, arrays as list, E. Let's see, I have it all here. Just got to put some quotes around it. Okay, so those are common letters. Common letters, get random next int common letters dot length dot size common letter. So we're going to put the common letter at the letter index in the answer. How are we going to do that? Randomly pick a common starting letter. Oh, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to pick a word. Open the file for that word length, letter position, letter choice. So now this is assuming that those files will fit in the jar, the Java archive zip file that will be deployed with all the code in it. And hopefully that's true. Let me check how big that is. Crossword data target is, oh, it's 14 megabytes. Well, it's 11 megabytes and then more for some Windows metadata. 11 megabytes is a little big. A little big. Do I need the long ones that are 11 letters long? Maybe. Maybe I do. I don't remember. Yes, I do. Probably. Because of this shape here. 11 letters wide. If I use that shape, then I need words that are 11 letters long. And probably every other length up to 11. Maybe not. Maybe I don't need tens. If I don't have tens in here, but I do. This has tens. And that's 10 down. 10 letters in a word going down. It's a pretty big map, but I have a lot of these. And then do I have nines? Probably. Yeah, I have nines. Yeah, I think I probably have most of those word lengths. I don't know if I have eights. I don't see eights, but I could. I could make ones that use words that have 8 letters. It's possible. And I can compress these for storage reasons, but I don't know. The other possibility is I don't put these in the jar. I put them on a server, a public server. And when I'm generating crossword puzzles, I download them, which instead of being a lot of storage in Amazon for the code archive file with all of these files in it, it just means instead I'm paying for bandwidth to pull those. But if it's not calling too many of them, it's okay. I don't know. Or some hybrid. Like all of the most common ones I put in the jar if they fit up to the maximum amount of space that goes in the jar. And then anything that doesn't fit, I put it on a server and download it. Maybe. Either as a, I don't know, somewhere, just as a file in another repository or in a database, and I just pull it. I don't know. I don't know yet. Or I switch to a proper database, but I have to check the costs on proper databases. There's various options. But anyway, I think it's time to brush the cat's teeth. It's time to dance. I should go get my lightsaber. You can't go into a canteen without a lightsaber. Who would do that? Almost everybody. Okay, common letters. So then what I would do is open the file for that word length. Opening the file is easier said than done. I don't think I have a piece of code to open the file yet. Partly because I don't have a canonical place where the file is expected to be. I have where it currently is, which is in a neighboring folder, and I can just make that hard-coded or an environment variable or a runtime switch or something that chooses where the file is based on what's going on. Probably start with just like hard-coded for where it is on my machine and go from there. Eventually, ideally, I would love to put it all into this code base. I just don't know yet what that's going to do to the size of the jar, because Amazon's not going to take a jar that's incredibly huge, and I don't blame them. Let's see. I said I was going to brush the cat's teeth, and I am. Yeah, I'm just gonna brush the cat's teeth. I'll deal with this later. It's time. Let me switch to another view. Brushing cat teeth. This one. This one right here. Yay! Time for teeth brushing. Okay. So Nibbler's probably going to run away. He's going to wake up when he realizes what I'm doing. But I'm going to come back with a toothbrush and a piece of wet paper towel. And then I'm going to catch Nibbler and brush his teeth for your amusement and his help. Nope, don't go anywhere. He almost got away. He was a little too slow. Here we go. Here we go. Oops, I can't see chat. Have you seen Strange New Worlds? I saw the first one. I haven't seen the second one yet, but I was in chat of Silver Metal Tavern, who is an editor, film editor on that project, on that show, and he was saying that he loves the second episode. That there's a character who's really funny, and he's really into that second episode. So that has intrigued me. What has not intrigued me is that they didn't distribute Strange New Worlds in Europe yet in a way that's easy for people to watch. So my usual Star Trek watching schedule is based around running Star Trek Hour on Twitter. But when only people in the US can easily watch the show, it's kind of awkward to run an international conversation for a show that so many people can't see yet. So that kind of put a damper on my enthusiasm to watch Strange New Worlds quickly. Yes, that is rather annoying. Yeah. The latest I heard was that Paramount Plus is maybe going to start releasing in more European countries in June sometime, some part of June possibly. So, depending how much they get done of that, if it gets to the UK and Germany and stuff, it might start to be enough that it's worth it, that it's worth covering new shows more. They did something different with Picard, but most of the shows are just inaccessible outside the US. Or they're possible to watch, but you have to watch them on a very specific schedule, like only when they're on, which is just not what I expect people to do anymore. So I'm a little less rushed to watch Strange New Worlds now. Just like I haven't finished Discovery because it's well, because it's not available, I can't use it for Star Trek Hour yet, but also because they shake the camera too much. Like 90% of the shots in Discovery, the camera's shaking, and I'm like, I can't look at the screen. It's hurting me. It's not very fun. That is annoying, budding. Thanks, Butspot. Kubidi, if they want more online buzz around TV shows, they should release globally. Yeah, I agree. And I think they have, um, I don't know, even though I worked at Netflix while they were doing the global like spread and releasing in more countries, um, there were some legal reasons why they couldn't do like tons and tons of countries at the same time. Even though they did at the end, like they did like little batches of countries and then more countries and then more and more and more. And then they reached some threshold where instead of releasing to like one or two countries or like five countries, then it was suddenly like, okay, boom, we're doing the rest of the world except China, and uh, and they just did that. So I think Paramount will reach that point. I wasn't in that department, so I don't know why you can't just do the whole world at once. But there's some either technical or legal reasons. I assume it's mostly legal why you can't just quickly release everywhere at once. Good boy. Good job, Nibbler. So I'm hoping Paramount will get past that hurdle so that everybody can watch Star Trek, so that I can talk to my international friends and acquaintances about Star Trek and not just watch old DS9 episodes that people are much less interested in. They were putting them on Netflix for a while. Oh, right, for a while, and then they stopped. But they didn't like have a plan for what to do instead. They just said, "Nope, you just can't watch them in those countries." Okay, one more cat. I'll be right back. Okay, cat two of two. Amethyst. Nibbler's still on the floor. Mm. Quadrain said, "Well, I feel like the Strange New Worlds reasoning is just greed. They just want it on their platform. It's not ready yet. A lot of my Irish friends are discussing Strange New Worlds already. Yeah. Um, it's greed, but it's well, it's business, which you can call greed, but it's not necessarily good business because it's not letting people see it when it comes out, so they can't all talk about it and create the buzz. Uh, and they're they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot doing that, but some of it has to do with like when Netflix contracts expired and stuff, or Amazon Prime contracts expired, and when production finishes, which they can't control, and when the technology and legal is ready for Paramount Plus to go to each country, which they also can't really control. But they just like didn't have things lined up. But yeah, they would just. I think somebody was over enthusiastic and oversimplistic in their thinking at the executive level at Paramount when they were just like mad at Netflix and like, no, we don't want this. We stop paying this other network to carry Star Trek. Star Trek is only on Paramount now. I don't care. Whatever we have, whatever we can put it, put it. And I think that overly simplified view of the business made for an outcome that hurts the company because the customers are not Paramount fans, they are Star Trek fans. And they want to watch with the rest of the Star Trek watching community at the same time in every country. Uh, and I don't think the executives understand that because I don't think the executives care that much about that stuff. They just want to create a halo around Paramount Plus to be this is a good service and it's competitive with HBO and Netflix and it should be considered great. And that's not going to happen. What's going to happen is people will pay for it to watch a few shows they care about. But if those shows are not available in their countries, they're not going to be like, yay, I can't wait for Paramount Plus. I mean, they will, but they'll be less enthusiastic than if um, those shows had been put on Amazon Prime in those countries first, and then like we'll pull these off once we have Paramount Plus. Like, if that was a contract that they could work out, that would have worked better. But they just did a bad job because they've been like rushing the production of these Star Trek shows in one half of the company, um, in order to create some reason for people to get Paramount Plus, and rushing the release of Paramount Plus and failing to get it out as fast as they wanted, and rushing the removal of these valuable shows from other services. And they didn't coordinate those three things. They just did all of them as fast as possible, and the result is angry customers or angry fans who are just kind of annoyed and like, all right, if you really want me to pirate the show, I guess I'll pirate the show. Good girl, all done. Thank you. Or not watch it. I think a lot of people don't pirate, they just don't watch. Wait, Kubit said exactly this. Quadrant said yes. Maybe greed is the wrong word. I mean, I whine at Paramount, but Disney Plus didn't hit Europe. Didn't hit Europe for what, 3 or 4 months after US and Canada. I forget that because now all the shows are worldwide release because the network is established. Right. Orias, hello Orias. Orias Khan, I have strong reason to believe those are now the cleanest cat teeth in the world. Well, thing is, if I skip them for a day, they get stinky. So, I don't know. There are other people in the world who clean their cat's teeth every day. They just don't stream it on Twitch. Now both cats are on the floor next to each other grooming, which is funny because they don't always get along. It's funny when they're relaxed enough that Amethyst is like not afraid of Nibbler and just like, yeah, we'll just sit here and groom because he got all this toothpaste all over us. Core, hi Core, how's it going? Welcome. Everybody follow Core. Core is amazing. Also follow Quadrain. Let me shout out Quadrain. Quadrain is a streamer. He's very nice, very cool, good artist.
We're going to backstab the skirmisher. We're going to come around here to the back. And
he made some of my emotes. What is this?
Oh my god! Oh my god! That was really bad. Oh
Quadrain
boy.
having a problem.
That's a lot of bad guys.
It's a lot of bad guys. How you doing, Core? How's it going? I wanted to do that because VR. That was your VR. Because Quadrain was in here before and I forgot to do the shout out, and Core is here and I wanted to do a shout out of Core so you can see who Core is and what Core is about.
I mean, they were just here. You know, kind of like once the initial raid,
I can't hear it.
Starts to dissipate. They're doing some horror movie night, I think, in the Discord. So
it's quiet.
I don't know how here some of them still are, but I thought you might get a kick out of there. Oh, you do? You know OT already? How did this happen? Was this before or after Ganoa? Thank you for the 69 bits, Tommy. Can we circle back to the happy birthday?
Core's a really talented streamer. Oh, I'm sorry. It's time for a dance break. And then I'll explain. If you're new here, I have migraines and I dance every 15 minutes to reduce or prevent them. So I have automation. Play some music every 15 minutes. Switch cameras to standing camera. And get my groove on for a few seconds to get my blood going. And then automatically switch cameras back down. Quadrain said that was finding all the bad guys in one room and reacting hilariously in a most clippable fashion. Course said just resting up, haha, super drained still, but about to go on a nice dog walk in the cool weather. That sounds nice. Someday I might have a dog, and then I will also have to go on walks. And then I'll be healthy. Yikes. Quadrain said mine would have been quiet too until I started screaming. Thank you for asking. My pleasure, Core. That's a cool sushi dancer. I'm going to have to make some dancing emotes because obviously that's like the primary thing that happens on my stream now. New song hype. That's right. I put new songs in the queue. I did have just one song every 15 minutes and now I have 3. Amazing. Of course, this is such a good idea to keep the blood and energy moving. Yeah, exactly. Because like when you're streaming, I mean, Core does like 11-hour streams, which if I were younger and didn't have migraines, I'd be into it. Viewers should also dance. This is a good question, Kubidi. I used to say it explicitly that viewers should also dance, and I forget now because I just do it so often that it's hard to remember all the things that I want to talk about. But yes, I encourage viewers to dance as well. which is what I should put into the graphic when I make a graphic that goes with like to explain what's happening right now when I'm dancing. There should be some kind of like anti-migraine dance break like thing somewhere on the screen to say why this is happening, even though this is not a subscription, this is not a raid, this is not a follow. What is this? Why is this happening? Um, because it just needs to happen. Because if it doesn't happen, then I get a much worse migraine after some of my streams because I'm just like sitting and concentrating and like afraid to leave the frame. And Corey, and Quadrian, like once you're in frame and you feel like you should stay in frame, and if you like walk out of frame, you feel like there's a clock ticking. You should probably switch to a different view and let the people know you're coming back soon or something, or all of the work you did to try to attract an audience is going to evaporate because they're looking at a chair and it's not that interesting, unless there's a running joke about a chair. But the oh yeah, some dancing emotes definitely belong here. I do. Sushi drag is a trip, and some good emotes too. I don't know sushi drag. That sounds good. Um, but I encourage viewers to dance as well, especially if you're not on camera, because why wouldn't you? What I was doing when I started doing this was like, um, I was playing Escape Simulator with my friend Ambi, and after every 15 minutes, we would solve a room, and then it would show the characters dancing a victory dance. So I would be like, great, dance a victory dance. This is good entertainment. But I was also like, look at my dad bod. Look at my boobs and my belly. And it was like funny, but only if I talk about it. If I just do it, it's like, why are you doing that? And I got a little self-conscious. So then I figured out how to set up the top thing. There was an alert. Thank you for following, Dan Eboy. Welcome. How are you? Hello. Core said it was 14 and a half hours last night. I was up for 24 hours and super toasted. Oh my God. Well, I think when I was your age, Core, I could maybe do that. I did a 24-hour D&D thing on stream once. That was not fun. It was just not fun. I was like, nope, that part of my life is over. I don't do those things anymore. I did get up and stretch, says Scooby Doo. Those reminders are useful. Good. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that I should have. I don't want to put it in chat because I don't want chat to fill up with bot alerts every 15 minutes about the same thing. But I could put something on screen that explains why I'm dancing and maybe also encourages other people that it's dance time, dance break for everybody. Get out of your chair and dance. Um, and like I do it sometimes when I'm just like talking to friends, but I haven't set up the thing for them to hear the music yet. That's more complicated. So then they're like, Joe, what are you doing? And I explain if I get the chance to explain. And if I don't get the chance because there's 9 people and they're all talking and I'm just like moving around, then I don't dance as much. I just kind of like, like, don't want to attract attention, but I gotta move around so I don't get sick. Quadrian said, I do. Not every dance, now that it's every 15 minutes, but regularly, especially the ones at the end of escape rooms. Because at the end of escape rooms, it's like Zumba. You just see the characters dancing, and you're like, I will follow what they are doing, and it will be easy. Totally get that. Yes, there's a chair. So this is a classic Twitch trope of looking at people's chairs when they're not there anymore. And it's fine if you can make it funny, but there are people who are like, this is too much chair time. I am bored. And they'll tell you, or they'll just leave. Either way, it's like there's a little bit of concern that you're doing the wrong thing. So that's why I wanted to switch it so I have a keyboard shortcut to go standing camera, and then I would dance and be like, ha, now I feel better because I'm still in frame, but I can do dancing. And then I can hit the other button to go back to the sitting camera. And then eventually I was like, I can do better than that. And I figured out how to automate the timing for all of those things. I couldn't regardless of age. Fair. Arias Khan said, you can't leave us alone with our own thoughts for more than 30 seconds. I know. If you wanted to be alone with your own thoughts, you would not be watching anyone on Twitch, obviously. And since you're in that mindset, as many people are, you will go to another channel. And why shouldn't you? So with with that in mind, uh, it's definitely helped. Like today's kind of a rougher day because I started getting a little bit of a migraine, but I already planned on streaming, so I was like, I it's not too bad. Like I got meds and it's under control. But I was like, I want to try just doing it anyway. It's not serious. Um, but the question is, should I be doing the dancing uh, when I already do have a little bit of a migraine? I think the answer is yes, but it really depends on a case by case basis of how I feel. So anyway, um, Core is just an expert at talking to chat and making that like a remarkable experience for everybody involved. So I really recommend following Core just to check out how she streams. It's pretty like what's the word? High quality. It's high quality streams. So what I was doing today before this toothbrushing time was showing coding and working on my crossword puzzle Twitter bot, which is the thing I'll probably be mostly working on for coding streams. That I'm hoping to do most Saturdays for a while. Okay, your sales pitch has finally convinced me. I shall follow Core. Also, Core has really cool hair, and that may sound absurd, but her camera points at her hair, and people talk about her hair. She doesn't talk about it that much, but it's noticeable and interesting and entertaining, and people mention it in chat. Well, they're just occasionally like, "Well, I'm listening, but mostly I'm just looking at Core's hair." It's like, it's valid. It's pretty cool. Um, you are exceptionally kind. um, No, I'm just I take like inspiration from streamers like Core and from like Andy Ray Cosplay and um anybody who I enjoy watching because they're like really good at talking to chat. Um they're so good at talking to chat that they have built up sizable audiences, which is a different dynamic than having a small audience and talking when there isn't much going on yet with chat, or even when there is. But Core, I've really enjoyed saying our late, really enjoyed our late night conversations. It's been super fun. I have too, Core. That's like sometimes what I do before bed is like, hey, Core's on. Let's talk about some weird stuff, whatever, whatever we're talking about today, TV shows and whatever. Um, uh, but I think what I've gotten recently from you, Core, in just like seeing what makes it really engaging to be in your chat is that you have such a natural interest in people, and that when somebody comes in, you're not just appreciative that they're like helping you have an audience, you're also just like wanting to talk to them because they just walked into the room at the party. Granted, you're the only person visible with a face at the party, but everybody's got a name and some words for their voice, and you do want to know about them. And I'm like, oh yeah, I don't know if I do that enough. I need to be a little bit more like ask more about individual people's individual concerns and day, like what's in their day and stuff. And you have your question of the day, which is the culmination of that philosophy that you want everybody to have an easy way to participate in a big conversation with, you know, a lot of people, maybe 10 people, maybe 50 people all talking. Who knows? Depending on the night. But I think that's very cool. And I, it's one of the things that I get out of your streams, Core, is like, I take mental notes of like, oh yeah, that is a really nice way to talk to people who are in your chat. Arias Khan said, I haven't heard you ask what anyone is eating in the last 20 minutes. Slacking. Well, that's the thing, Arias. I don't want to always ask what people are eating because I think I should have a different question on different times. But I already have such a big checklist of things to do for a stream that I'm not at the level yet where I can just like remember all of those things and be like, here's what I'm asking everybody today. That's a little bit more interesting than asking the same thing I asked last time. Because that other time, I just wanted to know if everybody was eating. I really did. And today I kind of like wasn't thinking about food. I'm eating food, but I wasn't like in a food place. I'm in a coding crossword puzzles Twitter migraine place. um, but I just brushed my cat's teeth, which is why we're in this close-up view. This is my cat teeth brush view. It's literally labeled in OBS as oops. This is no, that's coding illustrating. This scene is that we're watching right now is called Brush Cat Teeth. That is what it is. The cat mouth scene. Yeah. Which I still have the very sophisticated method of pointing down to the cat in my lap, which is twisting the camera like this and being like, okay, look at the cat. And then I'm done, twist it back up. Fancy. Super fancy. But I did that and I've done some coding and it's now 10, it's after 10, which is what I planned on doing. And I think for a day that's not 100% at the peak of health, I think that's I've actually done pretty well for what I planned on doing. But now I think it's time to raid somebody. See who is doing stuff that is interesting, who is fun and cool. Shay Roz is playing Horizon Forbidden West. She's funny. She's a friend of mine who I met at TwitchCon. If you've seen me in your chat, you've seen my little 18 next to my name. That's my badge that people think means that I am like a porn bot. It's not a porn bot. It's TwitchCon 2018 is when I got a badge. Of course, so that's very observant. I don't really think about it as much anymore, which is a nice place to be. You seem like you do a great job maintaining thoughtful conversation. But yeah, I find it helps to ask questions even if people don't bite. Yes, exactly. Love Shay, porn bot. Yeah, I'm like this is if I'm in here, this is what I have the little red broadcaster thing and the eternal subscriber thing, but the 18, that's my rare badge, which I used to think was like a badge from 2018. That's so old. That's not cool. That's what Riker's for. Oh, the porn bot. Yes, he is the porn bot. Uh, if you don't know, Riker Googling is a popular Twitter account that I created that is Commander Riker from Star Trek tweeting his searching Google for things, for queries, questions he has about the universe. Riker's horny. Riker is a horny, misguided spaceman. That's my version of Riker. Horny, not too bright version of Riker, who just is like very confused about things. Oh, it's time to dance. This was the original dance music that was the only dance music for a while, until just now, when I just added a couple new songs to my repertoire. Yeah, I think Shay might be who I want to raid because I don't see that many people that I follow that I wanna raid tonight. But I see Buttspot instead of KubiT's message. I like the butt that he's asking the questions and butting to find out them. I like the fact that he's asking the questions and wanting to go find out. Yes, that's the joke. Isn't that the Writer's Bible version of Riker 2? No, I don't think so. I think that the Writer's Bible is more that he's a tactician and he's a manager who's hard-nosed, but sometimes he likes to have fun and he's kind of laid back, but he's also like wants to make sure that the job gets done and he's very businesslike in some ways. And but if you watch the show, like he's a little inconsistent, he's kind of a dick. And I think it's funnier to make him a little bit more of a clown and focus on his moments of being like, what? Can you explain this to me, Jordy? I don't understand. How can that be? That doesn't make any sense. And like zoom in on his lack of understanding rather than the things he's good at. Sometimes he makes great suggestions. He's the one who figures out what the right answer is occasionally that no one else can figure out. He's not a unintelligent person. except when he is. And then it's like, oh, Riker. Oh, Riker. Um, and by and large, most people on Twitter think that it's funny to look at him more as a horny clown than that one time. Yeah, I mean, that's the one I was thinking of. He got them out of the repeating time loop that one time. And he got full credit for it. The whole episode was based on the fact that he has 3 pips, and that's the smallest amount of information you can send to indicate that he's the one who's correct, because it's so unusual for him to be correct that they have to celebrate it in a very specific way. Yeah, I like time loop episodes too. Um, I kind of want to rate this person, but I'm not really into the game they're playing. That's kind of the thing, right? You want to rate someone that you like and or activity that you like or that's relevant to what you're doing. If I were really like doing this right, I would probably go find another programmer and be like, let's go look at some other programming because that's what we're doing today. But I'm not doing that. It's a special occasion. Like if Worf made a suggestion and didn't get immediately shot down. Yeah, that was a good day for Riker to get that kind of he must have felt great saving the day and being like, oh, my idea was right and Data's idea was wrong. What do you know? Quadrian said it's the only one we all think of when asked to think of Smart Riker. Okay. So he's not that smart if that was the time he was right. Okay, I've decided. We're rating Shay Roz. Please say hi to Roz and drop her a bunch of emotes and give her a follow. She's funny and charming and amusing and not safe for work. And she's playing Horizon Forbidden West, and she's much further along than I am. She's good at it. She's having fun. So I will see you all. Oh, I will be on Salt and Sass Games tomorrow. If you look at my Twitter, you'll see it at some point. Or look at Mandy Hutchinson's Twitter. She's the one running it. And I will be here on Monday spinning the wheel of indecision to do something with you all. I don't know what. And then Tuesday, I will be streaming Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes with Amanda Panda. And then Wednesday, we'll be streaming Journal 29 with Amanda Panda and Benita. I'm streaming a lot this week, so I need to go get some rest. Nice seeing you too, Core. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. I will see you on in my chat or in your chat, one of those, or something, or in Discord. Anyway, good night.
Do all kinds of gaming and arts and crafts. Mostly bullshit things. Like, good, I did it, I found my way to the mountain. Also, today's PJ's day. And wine. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mother Trucker. Thank you so much for those glitch videos. How do you get swing? I gotta try to remember to open up my Turkish channel and look at it before I'm ready. Oh, yes! Good idea. I said, hi Joe, how are you? How are we stream? Hi, I'm Shay Ross, and all that stuff. Coding another Twitter bot? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, and I was yelling at Aloy. Oh, I'm sorry to die, Dave. Thank you for 25 months. Thank you so much. I'm glad to see you. Hopefully we can get you here. Mm-hmm. Or Turbo. You guys go follow Go follow Joe. He's great. He's sweet. His streams not have very much line. Seriously, there's so much in the box. Joe is a variety game streamer, but he also does like a lot of Twitter bot coding. And every 15 minutes, some clockwork sound goes off. It's a song. I don't remember what it is right now, but it's very one to my brain the other day. And we get this like little thing, and we all get up, everyone in chat, right? Right? You do it. And you're like, yeah. And then not yet, Thank you, Orion. I'm not so unusual. You know the IMO. Super avec quoi? No? Oui. Thank you, Eno. Thank you for 44 months. Thank you for tier 2. Happy 44 months, almost 4 years now. But I'm not surprised I stayed there so long. You have a kind heart. Why are you being mushy? Stop it. I just made it. You have a kind heart and a personality that radiates charisma. Like Rick said, I will never give up on you. Pretty iron seamstress. Pretty seamstress. Merci beaucoup, Thank you very much. Thank you. Really bad. Je vais faire un test noir presque 4 ans maintenant, mais je suis pas surpris que je suis la fille longtemps car j'ai une personnalité qui ira plus de tarif. Que oui, better. Je n'abandonnerai jamais. Ma jolie couturière de faire et être tout bas. Tout bas. The French reasons for the bits. It was. I don't know. Should I check why I'm in help? It was limited, very, very limited, and I think almost exclusively to the United States. Right. You added more dance songs? Nice. Yeah, I'm just stumbling over my hair. Poor, thank you very much for the follow on. Appreciate it. You added more dance songs? That's so good. Yeah, the same song. It's every 15, right? The same song every... I was surprised how many days it stayed. Imagine a Twitter bot that makes its own crossword puzzles and then you reply to the bot to solve the puzzle at the point. Well, that's a very interesting idea. Thank you for the video. Very nice to do. I am drinking tonight, yep. Yep. And, you know, hear about you. I'm an adult. Oh, I'm definitely an adult. Our grocery store. Holy moly! I am like fancy that here too. Where? Give me. Ah. Literally the worst. Glorious, thank you very much for gifting us up to Joe. Last night I was like, glorious. Let's go. Oh, I can so thank you for the baby goose. Oh my god. A train. That's what you're trying. Thank you. Oi, train. Why am I leaving the station? I think it needs 3 different people to do the thing. You know, but maybe not. fin de la scam. Are you calling the right train scam? Merci beaucoup, ma petite baguette. Thank you, my bitties. Hi, I'm like, how you doing? 13,000 steps? Holy shiza. That is a lot. So many? What's that? I said that's all. Thank you for the bits. And thank you, Anon, for the bits. What is happening? Wait, did you go to sleep yet? Best care. Another boot. Pride boot. Taxi? Hi, Alan. Thank you for giving me that deep love, guy. You know, gloves.